So this week, we are not going to give you a new airport. We need a little bit of breathing room because we've been going hard for a couple of weeks now, but we didn't want to leave you high and dry. And this is what we did when we thought we were going to go to Oshkosh and we didn't have the time to edit another video in advance. Matter of fact, we actually did have a backlog.
We did.
But then, for our Patreon members, they already know, is we had some issues with Hannah, we had some issues with her gears, and then we had to change out a part, and then the lights with the strobes weren't working. So we had a couple of weeks there where she was down and it kind of ate up into our backlog.
Completely did.
But to your credit, you had some foresight and we used every single one of those backlogged airports.
We did.
It gave us a little bit of room. But that means we ran out. So this week, because we're going to be on the road, quote unquote, to the East Coast, we weren't going to have enough time to get another one out. We just released Havasu yesterday, and then tomorrow we take off. So if that gives you any indication how much we're doing, and again, this gives us a little breathing room so we don't burn out, because we've been running ragged.
Oh yeah.
You guys can see in the history of our channel, we pretty much put something out every single week. So these compilations give us a little bit of breathing room, gives you a little bit more insight into some of the things that we didn't mention in the video in the first time. And the YouTube algorithm gets fed, because that's what we're always trying to feed, right?
Yep.
So this week we are doing our top 5 favorite desert airports. And why are we doing that? I know you don't know. I expected you to know.
Because we love the desert?
Because they love the desert.
Oh, yes, yes. Those were the best performing videos.
They were.
The desert airports.
Oh, yeah. And we're going to tell you how much they surprised us. I mean, there's some airports on this list and I was like, wait, that airport was the one that really blew up?
I know.
There was other airports that we went in there just like, oh, we're just going to do this real quick just so we can at least have something. Because regardless, we're trying to showcase every airport in SoCal.
Yeah, that
and
is
so
the goal.
We were going to go there. And sometimes we really forget that it's about the airport. We're always trying to figure out, okay, but what do we do? What can we showcase? And you guys remind us. Sometimes you guys just want to see the airport. And that's really the start of the show.
It is. It always has been.
Is the airport. And so we're going to start off with one of our favorites that when we first went there, I think, we both went there the first time. And I remember hearing stories about the history there, about the Rutan brothers. And I think when we released it, that day was pretty crazy because we got here early. And we kind of talked about it in the video. But it was just one of those that I told you, like, we got to go. And what did we go see? Stratolaunch. And it was just nuts. I mean, we just sat there like, oh my God, look at this thing.
Well, we had been tracking it for so long.
For months.
And every time it would go out, we were stuck doing something else.
Yes.
And couldn't make it out there.
Right.
Except for this one day.
Time. I mean, I'll admit, the reason why we couldn't, because I had to work, you had to work.
Yeah.
And you had that Friday off. I wasn't working, obviously. Because usually that's when we go fly to do filming.
Yeah.
And then it just happened to work out. And we were going to go to Fallbrook, I think, that day.
Oh, okay.
And then it was just like, woo, we got to go. And so we were really excited. And I think when we got there, you can't believe what this thing looks like.
It is so much bigger than I expected. We had seen the photos.
Right.
We had done our research, but when you see it in person and just see it fly, it's such an incredible experience. It's so different.
Yeah.
It's so different.
And I think the airport itself, though, is just, you can see the history. The admin building has all the pictures of all the different planes that have been built there. And then we got to see some experimental, almost top secret planes.
Yeah.
Not top secret, but they are advanced technologically, like crazy, right? From scaled composites. And so you can't help but to still feel the history there.
Well, and you just recently went back, I think this week.
Yeah, we went back and it was on a Tuesday. So there is something about Tuesdays. We were just at Havasu and they told us go there on Tuesday. I was just there with my brother at Mojave on Tuesday, and we see 2 F-18s and 1 F-35. So something about Tuesday, I guess that's when all the pilots want to go out and just show up. And we're like, oh my God. So that's to say, I mean, it's right next door to Edwards. Mojave's awesome. And I think that departure with all the boneyard is so cool. So we'll let you guys watch again. Mojave, number 5 for us. We loved it. Let us know what you think. But yeah, enjoy. In flying, sometimes plans change last minute, but it can lead to some of the greatest experience you'll ever have, especially for us waiting months for this moment today. It's right there. We're right here. While we wait, we grab some breakfast, took in some fine art courtesy of some marine aviators, saw an aircraft we never even knew existed, and finally saw the star of the show doing pattern work. Today we head out to the desert, the high desert specifically, which we know you all enjoy. But I have to admit, it wasn't until we started flying this area quite often that we really started to appreciate its beauty. And it has quickly become one of our favorite regions to fly over and into. We have visited this next airport before, and those of you who have been part of our channel for a while now probably have seen that first visit here. But we're going to do something different today. We're going to come in during the week for the first time, which is a completely different experience for a couple of reasons, which we will get into. To say that this airport has history is like saying the desert has sand, because not only have some of the most important aviation advancements happened here, which spoiler alert is still happening, and we'll see that today, but if you look at Wikipedia, it's probably the first airport I've seen so far that has a huge list of first flights and significant events, if that tells you anything. On our visit, we'll stop off to get some breakfast at the on-field cafe called the Voyager, take a tour around the terminal/pilot's lounge, and finish it all off with the reason why we changed our entire plans this morning to come here, to view the world's biggest aircraft, the Stratolaunch, all as we visit Mojave Air and Space Port in Mojave, California.
Joshua, approach Aero 19039 Hotel, requesting VFR descent.
39er Hotel, VFR descent, your discretion.
VFR descent, my discretion, 39er Hotel.
908 Papa, going to contact LA Center 125.8, 25.8.
25.8, 90 Papa.
Today we will be departing VFR out of Corona at about 8:30 a.m. because it was forecasted to be around 98 degrees in the desert later, but luckily winds would stay under 5 knots, which anyone who lives or flies in that high desert area knows that's a pretty good day. Once over Riverside, we would call to obtain flight following, which, quick tip, if frequency 125.5 is extremely busy, since it does handle a lot of the approaches, wait until you get closer to the mountains and try 127.0. It's usually much quieter, and we've always had great success. All right, and once we got to our en route altitude of 8,500, we then fly over the Cajon Pass before heading northwest and being handed off to Joshua Approach. And then most importantly, we'd stay out of Edwards restricted area before heading due north and making a right base for runway 08. All right, so I did tell you that there's going to be a lot of history, so brace yourselves. Opened in 1935 by Kern County, the original airport's mission was to facilitate the gold and silver mining industry in the area. And it really was just a small rural airstrip. I think by now you probably know what caused many of these airstrips to turn into full-on runways. Yeah, that's right, World War II. But in 1941, the Civil Aeronautics Board, which was the predecessor to the FAA, began to improve the airport for defense purposes, which included building 2 4,500-foot asphalt runways and taxiways. Kern County did agree, though, that the airport could be taken over by the military in case of a war. Well, this was early 1941, and for you war history buffs, you know what happened at the end of 1941. As they say, a day that will live in infamy. Pearl Harbor attacks. After those attacks, the Marine Corps took over and expanded it to Marine Corps Auxiliary Air Station Mojave, which included the construction and barracks for 3,000 personnel.
Southwest 1564, contact SoCal approach 134.2, 34.2.
34.2 Southwest 1564, yeah.
Now, after the end of the war, it was shut down in February of 1946, and the United States Navy Air Station took it over the same day, but only for about a year. Then it remained closed for 4 years until the Korean War, and then it was reactivated as an auxiliary landing field to Marine Corps Air Station El Toro, a military base that was closed during the base realignment and closure, which I never got to see, but it remains alive in two ways: the El Toro VOR near John Wayne, and pretty much anytime I watched the movie Independence Day, because that's the base that Will Smith's character was stationed out of. All right, but anyway, sorry, I got sidetracked. Back to Mojave. In 1961, the Marine Corps transferred to El Centro, and Kern County once again took ownership of the airport.
Joshua approach, Cessna 12745 with you, climbing through 7,500 for 9,500. Cessna 12745, Josh approach, welcome, Palm Dog, 2 minute 3013. 3013, 12745.
I like how you like
0530, contact Bakersfield approach 118.8.
188530.
3 Direct Hotel, verify you have the weather at Mojave and the field of sight.
We have the weather and we have the field in sight, 39 Hotel.
39 Hotel, Roger, you can contact Mojave Target. Alright, actually, just remain the frequency for now.
Disengaged.
All right, we'll remain with you, 39 Hotel.
There, 39 Hotel traffic, 11 o'clock and 5 miles doing vertical maneuvers extra.
Oh, Roger, we'll keep an eye for that traffic, 39 Hotel.
Now, some history I had no idea about was its air racing era. A 1,000-mile unlimited race was held, the first closed-course pylon race to include pit stops. In the 2000s, though, Highway 58 was extended, and it cut directly across the race course, which ultimately ended the event.
01 Whiskey Mike, contact LD Center 132.5, 32.5. 32.5, 1 Whiskey Mike, see. 8352 Sierra Josh, approach Palm Dog to the 3013, squawk 4743 and say your current altitude.
4743 and we're climbing out of 6,800 now for 52 Sierra.
Flight testing activities have happened here since the early 70s because of its sparsely populated region and its proximity to Edwards Air Force Base, which not only has a restricted airspace like I mentioned earlier, but also a supersonic corridor. Now, with all this test flying, you need test pilots, and Mojave is just the place to find them, as it has the National Test Pilot School. There are also other businesses here like Scaled Composites, which will be lucky enough to see one of their aircraft today, Virgin Atlantic, and of course Stratolaunch, which was actually built by Scaled Composites. In 2004, the airport became the first inland spaceport in the US licensed for horizontal launches. So what is a horizontal launch spaceport, you may ask? Well, let's start with what we do know, vertical ones, like Kennedy Space Center and Vandenberg, which launch rockets, which is vertical. Easy, right? Well, horizontal, on the other hand, use space planes or rocket-powered aircraft to take off and land using runways. They often take rockets to high altitudes before releasing them.
39 Hotel, that previous traffic looks like they're your 10 o'clock and about 7 miles. There should be no factor, but they're still doing vertical maneuvers. Just be aware of that. Contact Mojave Tower today.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that traffic and contact Mojave Tower. Thanks for the help, 39 Hotel.
A quick side note to all my pilots here, and it's that you'll hear me say I have the weather, and that's not because I forgot the ATIS ID. They do not have an ATIS, only an AWOS.
Mojave Tower, Aero 1939 Hotel, 9 miles south, 5,500. Inbound, we have the weather, full stop.
Mojave Airport, right base, runway 8, and that's for November 193 Niner Hotel.
Go to right base for 0839er Hotel.
All right, now back to a little bit more history. I promise you we're almost done. The only other two horizontal spaceports are Spaceport America in New Mexico and Mid-Atlantic Regional in Virginia that actually does both vertical and horizontal. But Paso Robles is hoping to become a horizontal spaceport, and those plans are in the works. And finally, in 2022, another moniker was added to the name of the airport, Rutan Field, in honor of the Rutan brothers, Bert and Dick, which, if you read enough of their history here, this was their playground. Known for their unconventional designs, in 1975 they had the first flight of the Rutan Very Easy, in 78 in the Defiant, and in 79 the Long Easy. Aircraft that are loved by aviators to this day, and which only just scratches, like microscopically scratches, the surface of what they accomplished and the influence they had and still have. All right, now let's talk about the airport itself today. Mojave Air and Spaceport is a Class Delta on the weekdays and a Class Golf on the weekend, which to all our aviation enthusiasts, but not necessarily pilots, that just means that it's towered during the week and untowered on the weekends. Tower is open from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, and this would be the first difference we'd experience today. We'd only ever come on the weekends, so we never knew what tower operations were like. But now the runways, because there are plenty of them, 3 to be exact. 0422 at nearly 4,800 feet, 0826 at just over 7,000 feet, and the big one, 1230 at 12,500 feet. And I'll tell you, landing on that big one is something special, which you can still see on our Where's Transient Parking first visit here. And all this is at an elevation of 2,800 feet, which is a huge factor in the summer. Speaking of summer, let's talk weather. So this is the desert and it gets hot, with July being the hottest month, averaging a high of 98 degrees, which puts the density altitude at about 6,000 feet, which makes having long runways such a blessing. But I'm sure you noticed that not one runway is parallel, which, as you might have guessed, means that winds can come in all directions and in varying speeds. I'll say that when I look at the forecast during the summer for this area, it usually will have a couple of days of high winds consistently, which, for example, tomorrow, which is September 9th, is showing winds of 19 knots, gusting 29, and favoring runway 26, which is already different than our visit today. The weather is also extremely dry, which is why it is a perfect place for aircraft storage. More on that later, but today the humidity is about 6%, and the area enjoys on average around 279 sunny days a year.
Tower, November 629, Kilo Foxtrot, number 1, 8 at Echo. VFR to the west.
3602 Romeo Foxtrot, Mojave Tower, runway 8 at Echo, wind 100 at forklift, takeoff, depart via a left downwind, runway 8.
November 629, Kilo Foxtrot, clear to takeoff, runway 8, left downwind departure.
Mojave Tower, Error 1939 Hotel, entering right base for 08.
39er Hotel, runway 8, wind 090 at 5, clear to land.
Runway 8, clear to land, 39er Hotel.
All right, so what about those other days that are not so sunny? Well, that gets a little tricky. Technically speaking, there are instrument approaches which include the RNAV GPS for runway 04, 22, and 30, but you can't use them. I know, kind of weird, right? Well, as my instrument-rated pilot friends know here, you cannot fly an IFR flight plan through a military operations area, otherwise known as a MOA. And Mojave, as well as other airports nearby, sit right under considered the largest MOA in the country, our 2508 complex. The Mojave MOA at 16,000 square miles, bigger than the Nevada MOA, which includes the Nevada Test and Training Range, where the famous Area 51 is located. So if you are on an IFR flight plan to here, you will be asked to cancel it before entering the Mojave MOA. Of course, this not only includes approaches, but departures as well. So plan on picking up your IFR once you get out of the MOA airspace. One spectacular sight here is the boneyard, which you can see as we approach, but you'll be able to see it much better on departure. Airliners are stored and eventually recycled for parts, and during our visit, we'd speak to a CFI based out of Edwards Air Force Base Aero Club, who would share a lot of information about this boneyard. But he also included the fact that if you train out of Edwards Air Force Base Aero Club, you get a perk to land once or twice, I can't remember exactly what, on the lake bed runways that Edward has. Fun fact, it also has the largest compass rose in the world, which you can see on Google Maps. And we want to thank Alex for sharing all that information with us. As far as traffic, you can see anything from student traffic, military, and of course, prototype aircraft. Today, we'll see one that looks so otherworldly that when I posted a story about it on our Instagram, a friend literally asked if it was AI or real, and I couldn't blame him. There's no aircraft like it in the world.
Marriott 39 Hotel, taxi to Park via Echo Charlie.
Park via Echo Charlie, 39 Hotel.
Number 9 Kilo Foxtrot, freak change approved.
9 Kilo Foxtrot, see ya.
Now, as far as amenities, they do a great job of having everything conveniently located all in one area. There is self-service fuel, a pilot's lounge, cafe, transient parking, all within feet of each other. We'll look at all of these in closer detail after we park. All right, now that we're parked, let's go inside, eat, and explore the terminal.
So we are here at Mojave Air and Space Port, right?
Yes.
And this was a very unscheduled stop. It was actually like last minute. We were actually supposed to go to another airport close by, but then I got a notification on FlightAware that the straddle launch was taking off from here, and I told Irene, I was like, let's just go, because it has to come back eventually. So we are here and just stalking it until it arrives. Fingers crossed we get to see a straddle launch. If you guys don't know what it is, I think it's the widest plane right now in the world.
I think so.
Right?
Yeah.
We've been wanting to come to this airport anyways. We've done it once before, but we want to do it again the right way, showing you guys the restaurant,
Yep.
the pilot terminal, what else?
And I think that's it. And then maybe just wait for the straddle launch to come back.
What do we do different this on the approach?
I don't know. What did we do?
That thing.
Tower.
Yes. So this is the first time we got to do it with tower. It's actually really easy.
Yeah.
I don't know why I thought it was going to be chaos here.
I think in our mind, we just thought it was going to
It'd
be
be a lot.
busy and buzzing, but
Yeah, we almost thought the restaurant was closed. Funny story with that, we actually did come one time with a friend and the restaurant was closed because we didn't check. I didn't check. And so they're like, it's going to be open every day. And it was like the one day, right?
the one day.
And so, yeah, so we didn't do that. So we almost thought it was going to be closed once again. But if you guys can see, let me show you. Back there, right here, is the old tower that is no longer used. They have a much taller one now at the end, which we'll show you. Right behind us is the restaurant. And to that side, that's where we're going to go to the pilot's lounge. And then the other thing that's at this airport,
Boneyard.
Boneyard. All those. And if you guys have watched not too long ago our Victorville Airport, kind of reminds us of of that, right? But just like Victorville, here they do not do tours. They used to.
Oh, they did?
I think they used to.
Oh.
I could be wrong, but I swear when I remember looking it up, there was a time that they did, but they don't do them anymore. If you guys know someone, let us know. We're gonna go eat like we usually do because it's early. We didn't have breakfast just so we could have lunch or breakfast here. So let's go and check out what the food's like here. So here at Mojave, they don't have tie-down chains, they have tie-down rope. I'm gonna be embarrassed to say this. I have no idea how to do this with the rope. Luckily today, I checked the forecast, it's not gonna be windy today. So we're gonna put our chocks down, that should be enough, and we're gonna be right here. So yeah, we should be okay, but this place gets extremely windy. There has been footage that it's so windy that there's 747s with the nose just lifting with the wind. So when you come here, if you don't know what the weather's gonna be like or you're gonna stay overnight, these are extremely important. And again, it makes it a lot better because with the extreme heat, the chains will probably get really hot anyways, and the rope is much cooler. And if you know how to do the rope ties, please let us know, because I mean, I guess I'll look it up, I don't know. But I feel so embarrassed. I guess if I was a bush pilot, I would be more embarrassed. I'm not, but we always have our tie downs. So if you have your tie downs and you don't know how to do this, just use those, because there's a lot of links. Probably 1, 2, 3, it's probably 9 spots here. If you're not comfortable with these, again, bring your tie downs. And if you can, put it back as perfect as you found it. I felt bad for moving it the first time. All right, there we go. We're good. Maybe you guys can see now why we thought it was closed. I think there was one other couple in there. But one of the things we love about this airport is the cafe, the terminal. Anywhere you go, you get to see the history of the airport. And on the menu, we love how they term all their dishes. Funny enough, or coincidentally, or it was just meant to be, my favorite meal here is the F-22, which if you don't know, that's my favorite jet. And of course, you get an amazing view of pretty much the entire field, including the boneyard. And this is great because you never know what kind of traffic is gonna land here, especially that military. And so what is that F-22 dish? It's steak, hash browns, eggs, and toast. And of course, Irene went much healthier, which is something I should probably do more often. Alright, so we're still waiting, and as you guys can see, it's still out in the Pacific Ocean. I think it's just doing some pattern work out there. I don't know what they do to do testing. So we're waiting for it to come all the way back. And I'm going to check to see how long it took it to get there so we can get back. But we're almost done with lunch, but that's what it is. This one's cool. Oh, this is that original one, and it launched it off, and then it took off.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's cool. Ooh. So I'm sitting here in this comfy chair and I'm looking at this whiteboard. And look at this. Wolfpack.
Oh,
Yeah. Meow, especially Cherry, Crayola. AMRAP was here. VMFA 323 Death Rattlers. I guess.
oh my goodness.
Metal Fatigue. Flying Tigers. To Mental Scale. And then Simplify. Oh! Edwards. So yeah.
I didn't even notice that
I
it
know.
was
I was just
Wolfpack.
sitting there and I was like, oh man, these guys are hilarious. So yeah, that's your Wolfpack.
Yeah.
They're just hilarious.
I don't think anybody has the heart to erase the helicopter.
Oh no.
No!
On that one.
There's no way.
How long has it been here?
Months,
Really?
maybe even a year at this point.
Alright, so we just found the Strata launch. Oh, like just past Santa Maria. So if you look, it's right there. We're right here. So probably, I don't know, in the next 15-20 minutes she should be here.
Ooh,
I think so.
exciting.
So we're still waiting. We've never gotten fuel here, so so this is regular. You guys just pay here, and I'm sure you just lift this handle this way. Yeah, you'll lift it up, and then you pull this out, fill up your plane, and then I believe this button right here will probably retract the fuel line. So that should be it. And then for you high wings, they do have big ladders, little ladders, and don't forget to ground. Most important. So yeah, it's pretty good here. Again, we've never gotten fuel here, but yeah.
That's the typical machine, huh?
Yes. They even got a light right above. And if you need chocks, there's chocks here. I wonder if they do tours for like the old tower. That'd be cool.
That would be cool. If they don't, they should.
So we just caught her. We were just getting back to the plane right now. And obviously if I turn the camera, you guys aren't gonna be able to see it, but maybe Irene will catch it because she has a better camera. But they have a chaser, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Let me see if I can show you guys. I'll do my best, but right now it's probably gonna be the worst time. So it's, right. I can't even see it on the screen, so this is pointless. Oh my God. Whoa. Whoa. That's cool, the chaser. Wow. We have been waiting for months to capture this. And this is the only reason why we've been tracking it on FlightAware, for this exact reason. So we're almost gonna get it. Oh, Whoa! Alright, they're bringing out 2 tugs to move the strato launch. I don't know what's going on with that prototype spaceship looking thing, but they're just moving it around. But that's the coolest thing ever, is to finally see the strato launch. And we got to see 2 flyovers.
Yeah.
And a full stop. That's crazy. This was worth coming today. Irene's back there getting some still shots to make everything look pretty, but we're gonna actually go back inside and check out the gift shop, which we had no idea was actually here. Again, we always come on weekends, so because of that, everything's closed. But now that we've come on the weekday, we got to see more things. There's actually a lot of people here. But we're gonna go check out the gift shop, see what they have, in case you guys come and are interested in getting a cool sticker, hats. I think they have shirts, so let's go find out what that is. Is it coming back?
Ooh, it is.
Ooh.
We're gonna check this out really quickly.
Got that prototype jet coming back. Oh, it's teasing us. That's cool.
On the other side.
Okay,
Oh,
so
I
that,
like
right?
one, yeah.
Then.
Yeah, thanks.
Stickers. And then they have patches.
Ooh, I like the patch.
The patch is cool.
What does it say on the other side? Oh.
Oh, they are cool.
I like the color.
Mm-hmm.
They really have a good logo.
They do. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
They even got a lightsaber.
Oh my
Mojave.
goodness. And there's a list of all the prices there if you're curious what it costs. Those clouds are building up.
I know. And it's gonna be bumpy on the way back. So we are out of here. It's getting warm. It's getting really warm.
Yeah.
But it was awesome. It was everything and more than I expected with the Strato.
Well, it's so much bigger than I think I
And
imagined.
like, it's like a kite, huh?
Yeah, it kind of just floats until it comes down.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it felt like. And it was crazy because it like came behind the tower. So you couldn't see it until it was already low. And then it's just like, whoa. It's like the Titanic in the sky. It was crazy.
Yeah.
But that was really cool.
And it's still sitting behind us.
Yeah, that's probably why the NOTAM closes that runway until 2. And it's 12:30 right now. So we didn't know, we thought it would taxi all the way back. We were hoping, because then we'd be like, maybe it comes in front of us. But they're getting ready with the tugs. And as you guys can see, they have all the boneyard back there, which unfortunately we did verify they don't do that anymore. As much as we want it to be true that they actually do, they don't.
The tours, right?
The tours.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't do the tours for that anymore. And then we saw that mini F-22, whatever that was, that I hope it's for civilian use in a couple of years. I know, and it's right there, right in front of us. So yeah, I think that pretty much wraps it up. Oh yeah, obviously we got food and you guys got to see what that was like. It was very calm today, which surprised us. That's why we thought it was gonna be, that's why we thought it was closed, right?
Yeah.
So luckily it wasn't, so we had lunch. So I was so excited about the Strato that I forgot about everything else we did. And then the pilot's lounge.
Yeah. Which is really nice and well stocked. It's air conditioned, which is important out here.
Yeah. And do not, repeat, do not erase Wolfpack's drawing.
Do not.
Because how long has it been there?
I think they said almost a year now.
Almost a year, yeah. And they said they don't have the heart to remove it. So Wolfpack, your drawing your animation and all your
Jokes.
conditions of your Super Stallion are safe and sound. But that's it. We're gonna probably take off like this, and maybe, just maybe, we'll get the straddle launch on our takeoff. So fingers crossed.
That would be awesome.
That would be really cool.
We're gonna try.
We're gonna try. So again, we wanted to come back here. We redid it, so we hope you guys like this one. This was an unexpected stop. We were gonna wait for here until probably October when it cooled down,
Yeah.
but straddle called, and so we had to come. And it did not disappoint.
It didn't. No.
It was so cool.
It was really cool. I can't tell you how many times you've seen it on ADSB in the morning. We're like, oh, just took off. We missed it.
I know. And it was because like you were having to go to work,
Yeah.
or I had to go to work or something. It's like, oh, why did they do it today? Today, just the stars aligned, and we got spoiled. It's right behind us. So cool. So we'll see you guys on the next one. I don't even know what that's going to be, because
I have
obviously
no clue.
we didn't know what this one was. So, but we hope you guys enjoyed this one, and yeah, we'll see you on the next one.
Mojave ground, Aero 1939 Hotel at restaurant parking, ready to taxi. We have the weather.
39 Hotel, runway 8, taxi Charlie.
Runway 8 via Charlie, 39 Hotel.
So changing plans literally within 3 minutes of finding out straddle launch had departed Mojave was so worth it. Nothing really can prepare you for what something that big looks like when flying. Our friend Alex did warn us that it looks and flies like a glider, and he was completely right. And the fact that we couldn't see it on this full approach, the only time we saw it is after it appeared from behind tower, and that just made it even more surreal. And then add to that we got to see a scaled composites Model 437 Vanguard taxiing was just the cherry on top. So last week we released KSAN, or San Diego International, which is always a fun airport to go into, and honestly we had all types of responses. First, let's start out with probably the most glaring one. I mean, this one was at the top. You guys made sure that you corrected me on, and that was me calling the USS Midway a battleship. I apologize. To be honest, I actually knew it was an aircraft carrier, but once the camera comes on, I get so caught up in trying to make sure I say certain things that sometimes I say the wrong thing. And if you guys haven't noticed by now, sometimes I'm between 10 different ideas and I'm bouncing all around. Luckily, Irene usually tries to keep me focused. But that is not to say I didn't learn something. I didn't know that the ships today are actually called warships. Again, I'm a man of the skies, not the seas. Irene will let you know how I don't even want to go on a cruise. But the skies, oh yeah, that's home. All right, next, a lot of you had opinions on the best places to eat, which we know that saying any place is the best are some fighting words. But the great thing about San Diego is you can almost go anywhere and you can't go wrong. But thank you to those that recommended other places for our next visit. And finally, we got a comment from someone that said it was perfect timing for the video as they were going to head into Montgomery north of San Diego International, but ended up changing his mind to go to KSAN once he saw the video, which is so awesome to hear. Even decided to try the same restaurant. And that's what the channel is all about, making it easier for you, making you feel confident, and showing you how possible all this is. As always, thank you all for sharing your stories here with us and everyone else, because the videos are good, but your comments make them great. And next, the most important part of our videos is telling you how much we appreciate all the members, because really, and we really mean this, if it wasn't for you guys supporting us, it would be so much harder. And honestly, I don't know if we could have continued doing this. So thank you so much. You guys motivate us to make our videos better every single week. Every week we thank you all, and you have no idea how much we mean it. I mean, we're at a point now we're being asked questions about how to start a YouTube channel, and that's truly not to brag. That's just to say that we still feel like we're trying to figure it out day in and day out. But we know one universal truth in all this, and that is it couldn't have happened without all of you, so thank you so much. All right, today we have a special departure for you. You'll see the boneyard, but even cooler, you'll get a glimpse of the straddle launch still being towed. So we hope you enjoy it. We'll see you guys next week, but until then, go fly, go discover.
Mojave Tower, Ever 1939er Hotel, holding short 08 at Charlie 1 for a right crossing departure.
Ops 1, roger. Remember 39er Hotel, runway 8, line up and wait.
Runway 8, line up and wait, 39er Hotel.
And Ops 1, you wouldn't like to cross prior to the departure? Ops 1 Tower. Ops 1, do you like to cross prior to the departure? Ops 1, roger, break 39er Hotel, runway 8, wind 00 at 8, cleared for takeoff.
08, clear for takeoff, 39er Hotel.
Mojave Tower, King Air,
Airspeed to line.
November 10 Delta
Oil
Hotel.
pressure's good.
How far to the south will be
Our temps are
ready,
good.
number 1?
King Air 10 Delta Hotel, Mojave Tower, roger, runway 8, wind 07 at 8, clear for takeoff.
Runway 8, clear for takeoff for 0 Delta Hotel.
Remember 39er Hotel, you going north or southbound?
Southbound, 39er Hotel.
39er Hotel, roger, southbound, turnout approved.
Southbound, turnout approved, 39er Hotel. Thanks for the help.
39er Hotel, frequency change approved traffic is King Air departing behind you. He'll have you inside prior to turning.
Roger, appreciate that. You have a good day, 39er Hotel.
Thanks, you too. King Air 0 Delta Hotel, confirm you have the light fixed wing, 1 mile off departure and right cross on inside.
Yeah, then inside, I can do a left 360 over the head, that'd be better.
King Air 0 Delta Hotel, whichever you prefer.
Yeah, I'll do that, left 360, thanks.
King Air 0 Hotel, roger, and frequency change approved, left 1. Or left 270, I guess. Ops 1, continue southbound on runway 12.
Ops 1, continuing southbound runway 12, crossing runway 8.
127.0.
27.006.
Good afternoon, Joshua Approach, Ever 193 Manor Hotel, 4 miles south of Mojave, VFR request.
November 193 Niner Hotel, go ahead.
39 Hotel is a P28 Romeo Salon Golf, requesting flight follow to Corona Alpha Juliet Oscar at 9,500.
Joshua Approach, good afternoon, Cherokee 2546 uniform, 3,300, climbing 11,500.
2546 uniform, Joshua Approach, identify on the altimeter 3010.
Ident 3010, number 2546.
Aero 39 Hotel, squawk 4620.
4620, 39 Hotel.
November 39 Hotel, your radar contact 6 miles south of Mojave Airport, on the altimeter 3010.
3010, 39 Hotel.
Six Papa Kilo, Josh approach, on the altimeter 3010, clear direct Janney, descend maintain 12000.
Get direct to Janney and descend and maintain 8,000, 168 Papa Kilo.
Mary Papa Kilo, descend maintain 12000.
Oh, pardon me, 12000, 168 Papa Kilo.
Approach 0623 Mike Charlie. We'd like to fly multiple approaches starting with the RNAV runway 6 approach, please.
03 Mike Charlie, Roger, report established on RNAV runway 6.
Full report established on RNAV runway 6, 3 Mike Charlie. Joshua approach 108 Echo Mike with request.
108 Echo Mike, Joshua, go ahead.
We're heading towards the Cajon Pass, sir. We might lose you in there. Can you give us our next frequency to call?
November 8 Echo Mike, it'll be SoCal approach on 127.0, but at your altitude, it should be fine. November 8 Papa Kilo, descend maintain 10,000.
And down to 10,000, 168 Papa Kilo.
Air Force 6 uniform sales, 2 climbing 2.
Climbing 1,500, 46 uniform.
Air Force 6 uniform, roger. Turn 10 degrees right, vector for traffic, 12 o'clock, 15 miles up direction.
Approach 0623 Mike Charlie is established.
53 Mike Charlie, cleared RNAV, runway 6, Fox Airport. And on departure, what's your next approach?
VOR Bravo, please. 3 Mike Charlie.
Departure, VFR route and altitude, your discretion. Number 3 Mike Charlie, contact Fox Tower.
Switch into tower, 3 Mike Charlie, thanks.
3 Papa Kilo, traffic, 12 o'clock, 4 miles, northwest bound, 8,500, airport.
8 Papa Kilo.
Hope you guys liked Mojave, but now we head to number 4, which is
Chiriaco Summit.
Yes. Now this one really surprised us in many ways. I think you had looked up the museum a little bit, and I think we both were on the same page on what we thought the museum was going to be, and then what it turned out to be. Because what did you expect that time?
I just expected a really small museum in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Because I think you had told me there was like tanks, and so I was thinking, okay, it's gonna be mostly outdoors, nothing really, and I'm not really a big person on tanks.
Right.
Yeah.
But I thought it was like maybe like one room or something.
Yeah,
not stuff.
Yeah, not comprehensive at all.
Yeah, and then we go in and there's this 3D of the entire Desert Training Center, right?
Which was so cool to see.
Yeah.
Just to see the how big that whole area was.
And then that had a connection to like the water system in SoCal and Kaiser.
That I think was the most surprising to me. And then when I found out that Kaiser had actually...
And we're talking about Kaiser from Kaiser Permanente.
Yes.
The hospital.
Yeah. Because he was responsible for building the dam and actually offering the first medical insurance to the people who were working on the dam and the people who were at the Desert Training Center. So it was really all very fascinating.
Yeah.
So much so that they even donated for one of the buildings there, right?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. And so the other thing that after we released the video, you guys' comments really, it was interesting because we found out that a lot of you had actually been at the airport but never been to the museum. But at the same time, we don't blame you because again, we had our expectations of what the museum was, but we were like, let's just go and see. Even if it's a little shack, we're gonna go see.
Yeah.
And then I think when we showed the video, a lot of you were like, oh, I have to go now. You guys have driven by there, you guys have flown into there. Trust me, we were as surprised as you were based on the comments that you guys told us, like, wait, that's what it looks like, right? And so it was one of those that are like, man, this is why we fly, because you never know what's going to be there, right? And then we had food that day, all that stuff. So number 4 on our list was a very, very surprising one, but it's definitely one we'd go back to.
Yeah.
Like any day. Oh yeah, and it was one of the rare airports, at least for us, that had like a one-way in, one-way out.
I was gonna say that, yeah, and you have to taxi back.
Yeah, so we landed, I remember, and then we taxied back, and then when we departed, we did the same thing. We went all the way to the end, then turned around, then came back. I remember Hannah had like, it's narrow enough to Hannah barely made the turn, and I was like, oh, come on, Hannah. And so it was still a really cool airport. It's the desert.
Yeah.
And again, the history was, I think, blew my mind.
I think that was the coolest thing, just realizing how big the Desert Training Center was and how it connected to all the other areas in Southern California. And then Patton, the history that he has with all of Southern California, which was just beyond anything I had ever read about.
I know.
So,
So hope you guys enjoy Chiriaco Summit. Is that how you say it?
Chiriaco?
Chiriaco Summit, yes. Because you guys definitely pointed that out. I completely was like, Chiriaco, and they're like, oh God, this guy.
That probably was the number one comment.
That was the number one comment. Yes, it was, that I completely mispronounced it, but
we're gonna get it right this time.
Say it again.
Chiriaco Summit.
Chiriaco Summit. You guys can correct us again, I'm sure.
You probably got it wrong this time.
Anyways, hope you guys enjoy that. This next one.
It wasn't what I was expecting. I was expecting like a small museum.
Yeah.
And when we walked in, I mean, it was like, I think that initial model was really, really cool.
When we first started going to desert airports, we were not expecting much because usually there's not much in the surroundings. But we've been so wrong because they are serene, picturesque, and a lot of times very historical. And today we learn how a lot of these desert airports in Southern California share an important connection. Today we departed Corona IFR once again because it's the end of May gray and probably the start of June gloom the next day. And if you don't know what either of those are, well, it just means most mornings are overcast. We then canceled above the clouds and continued at 7,500 feet VFR, which would be mostly smooth flight except through the Banning Pass, but it was just a little bumps here and there, so no biggie. It's been a while since we last visited a first-time airport. I think the last time was Scottsdale about 4 months ago, so we were excited for this one. It's the end of May, which means that it's about to start heating up in the desert, so we knew if we were going to visit this next airport, we better do it now. Apparently, we weren't the only ones thinking the same thing because 2 other aircraft were also on their way for a breakfast run at this same airport. We've actually passed this airport plenty of times, like when we go to Buckeye or when we went to Scottsdale. But when you're excited to go somewhere new, whether an event or you're returning home, rarely do you choose to make an unnecessary pit stop, especially since we just assumed the only thing to do here was eat. But if you're a history buff, especially World War II history, you definitely have to come visit one of the most unexpectedly fascinating museums we have ever been to. We did some prior research and we initially thought it would be this tiny little museum, but wow, we were completely wrong. But in our defense, even doing our research of things to do here, the museum was completely undersold. And we'll show you exactly why and tell you why it's the main reason you should visit Chiriaco Summit Airport in Chiriaco Summit, California. So the METAR and the decoded METAR won't match because I did my best to try to adjust for the airport since there is no weather station at Chiriaco Summit.
Chiriaco Summit traffic, Aero 1939er Hotel, 4 miles to the west, inbound for left traffic, 24 full stop, Chiriaco.
So let's talk briefly about the airport before we dive into the fascinating history. Chiriaco Summit Airport is non-towered at 1,711 feet elevation with 1 runway, 0624 at 4,000 feet. And it's 1 way in and 1 way out when taxiing to and from transient parking, which it's on the departure end of 24. When landing on 24, know that you are not officially clear of the runway until you make the left turn all the way at the end and pass the hold short barred lines, which you'll see here shortly. The runway is in really good condition, but at 50 feet wide, it was a little tight for our back taxi turn, which you'll see when we depart. And I'm sure it won't come as a surprise, there are no instrument approaches. You guys have heard me say time and time again about the desert winds, which is always a concern, and another reason why we decided to come early. Now, the main problem is that the airport has no automated weather station, and the windsock is really difficult to see in the pattern. We studied the forecasted winds the day before, as well as local weather stations en route, which made us settle on runway 24. But we were lucky today as the winds were calm, so not too much guesswork needed.
Chiriaco Summit traffic, Aero 19039, hotel entering left downwind for 24, Chiriaco.
The winds were so calm, as a matter of fact, that a few minutes after we landed, the other traffic that was coming into here landed runway 06. Now you might notice that I'm hugging this downwind pretty close to the runway, and it's only because of that terrain to the right, but it's gonna cause me to overshoot final, but not by much. One of the weather factors I'm acutely aware of with these clouds above us are microbursts. Now, I haven't experienced them personally, and I might be overly cautious, but it's definitely something I think about because it happened to my AMP in this area specifically years ago. So it's definitely worth mentioning. Lastly, once again, this is the desert, so above 100-degree temperatures in the summer is easily the norm. Today, it was going to heat up to 102, and we're not going to be around to find out what that felt like. But of course, with those high temperatures, what else do you have to worry about? That's right, high density altitude. And as much as we worry about the performance of our planes, you also have to worry about your personal performance, how you feel, because you'll be burning up in your hot box if it's that hot outside. So the one other thing that I implore you guys to remember is bring water, lots and lots of water.
Chiriaco Summit traffic, Aero 39 hotel turning left base 24, full stop. Chiriaco.
Now there is no FBO on the field, but honestly it doesn't need one. There's so many businesses right next to the airport, and we'll show you all of them after we land.
Chiriaco, some traffic, Aero 39 hotel turning final 24, full stop. Chiriaco.
Now, as I mentioned, it's one way in and one way out of the runway. So make sure to make those radio calls because you can be on an approach with traffic taxiing in the opposite direction. Now, you might be able to visually spot someone on the runway, but if they're still coming from the ramp area and haven't actually turned onto the runway yet, you might miss them. Then suddenly one of you has to do a 180 on a pretty narrow strip. Planes with fixed gear usually don't have much of a problem turning around, but in our Aero with retractable gears, we needed the whole 50-foot wide runway to do a 180. Now, as we come in for landing, here's another very, very important service that is not at this airport, and that is fuel. So make sure you plan for not only coming here, but departing as well. Not much more to say about it, except that the next closest airports with fuel will be Blythe, about 45 miles to the east, and Thermal, 25 miles to the west. And just another reminder, here doesn't make you clear of the runway. You got to keep taxiing, make that left turn till you see the hold short bars. Now there is a transient parking area and it has a decent number of spots, all with tie down chains. Even though personally, I feel like the chains are so thick, their weight is enough to keep your plane on the ground. I'm just kidding, of course. But we ended up using our own tie down straps because even though the winds are calm, they can pick up at any time.
We asked ourselves how this airport could stay busy enough to stay open. And when you think about there being no restaurants nearby at many other airports, it's easy to see why this is a great stop. There are no landing fees, you don't need to drive somewhere to eat, everything is right here. And this includes the Chiriaco Summit restaurant, which is also the Chiriaco Summit coffee shop and gift shop. And after all that taxing, we finally make it to the hold short bars.
Chiriaco Summit traffic, Aero 19039 Hotel, clear up to for Chiriaco.
One thing you might notice right away is that this is a huge stop for both truckers and travelers alike. And again, it's mostly because it's probably the only thing around for miles. Now, even though this is just a runway and parking, it is secured with a fence and a gate. So when you exit, remember to note the gate code. And as always, test it before you close the gate behind you. Now, remember when I said you can barely see the windsock in the pattern? Well, here's where it's located. We finally made it, and it's another airport in the logbook. Now let's go look around.
We've been wanting to come here. This is like one of those airports like everybody comes to, and I can't believe we haven't been here. We made it to airport for us number 81, Chiriaco Summit. We wanted to come here for a long time. Today is going to be pretty warm here, probably going to hit 95. It's now 9 o'clock. We're trying to get out of here by 1. That's when the winds are supposed to start picking up. Yeah, so they have a food mart that has a Frosty Freeze, and then
Foster's Freeze?
Foster's Freeze. When they say Frosty Freeze, we're gonna go to get some breakfast first, and then we're gonna go to. Is it a tank museum?
That's a good question. Someone had said that, but I'm not sure exactly.
Unicom. They're gonna press C. 122 now. All right, let's look at this.
And it looks like it's a big stop for truckers too, huh?
I know. Well, we'll show you guys around a little bit more, but for now, we're gonna go eat. We gotta pay attention. Looks like there's a lot of trucks and cars, so see you guys in a bit.
Our first stop was the Chiriaco Summit restaurant for some breakfast/lunch. We had heard good things about it and we were excited to check it out. And yes, initially it was a little confusing, but yes, the restaurant, the coffee shop, the ice cream shop, and the gift shop are all in this one large area. Now it was time to walk off that lunch and head over to the George Patton Memorial Museum. So as we walk around, we'll discuss a little bit of history, and trust me, there's a ton of it, but we'll keep it brief. We don't want to spoil too much. The first question, why is Chiriaco Summit Airport even here? Yes, there is a connection to General Patton, I promise. The airport was first opened in April of 1943 and was used by the United States Army Air Force 4th Air Force and part of the Desert Training Center, also known as the California-Arizona Maneuver Area. So what's so significant about this maneuver area? Well, it was a World War II training facility and the largest military training ground in the history of military maneuvers. The area extended from Pomona, California to Yuma, Arizona, to within 15 miles of Phoenix, Arizona, to Kingman. I know, what does that even mean? Well, if you combine Los Angeles County, Orange County, and San Diego County area, it would still be only half the size of this gigantic training center in the desert. And one of the most impressive things about this museum, it has this 3D printed model showing the terrain of all the entire area encompassed by the Desert Training Center. Now, what is the significance of Chiriaco Summit Airport, or Shaver Summit as it was originally called back then? Well, it was the headquarters for the entire training area. It was on a site called Camp Young, and it was the world's largest army post. And if you're wondering why is this airport out in the middle of nowhere, well, the reason this area was selected was because it closely mimicked the harsh conditions of North Africa, where Winston Churchill urged President FDR to send army support. The problem was the troops were not prepared for those conditions, so George Patton was tasked with advancing tank warfare under the harshest desert conditions possible, and they succeeded in training over 1 million men in the 11 camps from 1942 to 1943. So we're not done here just yet, but it's been really, this place is crazy. We thought it was gonna be a little like, I don't know, a small little museum, and all the stuff that they have here is such good condition. Like I said, we're not even done. We're about to go outside to look at the tanks outside, but the ones they have inside are, I didn't expect this. I mean, it's Chiriaco Summit. There's not really much around here, so you wouldn't expect much, but even this storage area is like brand new. But I think we've been to a lot of museums. We haven't seen tanks like these at all. So we're gonna keep checking out the rest. Oh.
This is so cool.
I know. Here's the driver. And then, yeah, so this thing would turn.
So you're saying down here
is the driver.
I
think so. But yeah, this is crazy. I've never been in one. Maybe he had a periscope of some type. And after exploring inside, we went outside. Now again, the only thing I warn you guys, especially going in the summer, wear a hat, wear sunscreen, bring water because it gets extremely hot out there. Remember, this location was chosen for its harsh conditions and it has not changed. And because we couldn't find any plaques for it, this last structure was the original chapel for the soldiers.
I was really impressed. It wasn't what I was expecting. I was expecting a small museum.
Yeah.
And when we walked in, I mean, it was like, I think that initial model was really, really cool.
Mm-hmm.
That showed the Colorado River and the aqueducts and all that. And then just how comprehensive it was about Patton's life and the influence, right? Like,
yeah.
I don't know. Super impressive. I think for all the museums that we've been to, this is probably up there, at least in the top 10.
It is. And that's the thing, like, it's, if you're a World War I, World War II buff, history buff, just that is really well done here. And then the tanks just add another level to it. And they seriously, you just pay and you just get to walk around wherever you want.
And it's air conditioned. So like today, when it's like 90 something here.
It's so hot right now. It's so
it felt so good to walk in and just get cooled down immediately and have somewhere to hang out that actually had like really interesting stuff to look at while we were cooling down. So yeah, that was a nice plus.
We're trying to get out of here before it gets too hot. Luckily, we have some cloud cover now. What time is it? 11:48. We're trying to get out of here by 1. That's when it's forecasted to the winds to start. Anyway, so yeah, come to Chiriaco Summit, go to the museum.
Yes.
Whew, all right. We're gonna do our run up here because this is the first time we've ever had to do this. We had a back taxi, the runway, on the runway, and then we're gonna fly out. And there's nobody here. Luckily, there's a little bit of cloud cover, but which I'll probably mention in the voiceover, but yes, bring your water. If it wasn't for Irene, I wouldn't have any water today.
And we also have a hydro flask filled with ice.
Hydro flask.
Extra waters.
Yes.
Yeah.
Last time it was hot, I flew in the desert without water. Irene was not amused.
I was not.
But yes, bring your water.
Well, the convenience store.
Oh, convenience store, yeah.
Also has water. Yeah. They have ice.
But again, if for whatever emergencies you have, just have water. But yeah, we got clouds over there, clouds all that way. That way is looking much clearer, so we should be good to go. We're just gonna do a straight out departure and get home before it gets too hot even at home. So we'll see you guys on the ground. That's not really a sign off.
Here, you want to do that again?
Yeah, we'll see you guys on the ground. Never.
Well, and you had your back turned to the camera as well.
Do it again.
Take
two.
Go.
These airports are always surprising us of the things you can do. Good food. They have a gas station, so any convenience stuff. Again, they have what they call them? Frosty freeze? No, Froster freeze? Frosty freeze. Not Froster's freeze. Frosty freeze. Freeze, I think the first.
Oh my God. Have to edit this out.
Again, we're gonna get ready, but we hope you guys like this one too. And if there's anything else you guys would like us to cover when we do these walkarounds, we're trying to do pretty much everything we do. It's not comprehensive by any means of like everything you can do here, but we just wanted to come, check out that and see what it is. So we'll see you guys on the next one. So one of the things that people on some on ForeFlight complained about was the chains, and kind of don't blame them. They are really thick chains. They're really heavy. Put this down here. So these are really heavy chains. And so instead of opting for those, I ended up using the straps, but even the straps, the holes aren't big enough. So I kind of forced it in there. It was good enough to hold it down. But when you guys come, just know that there are chains. We use it on the tail, but not the wings. Again, they're just really heavy duty. It's kind of weird that they use these. And I think even on ForeFlight, I don't know if it was the contractor or somebody said that they didn't know why the city forced them to use these because they didn't even agree with these. So, but they're here. So that's what you're gonna have to work with, unfortunately. But again, if you bring your own, you should be fine.
We're wrapping up the day. It's time for us to head home and get out of here before that heat kicks up and those winds. Since the last thing I want to do is hog up the runway doing a run up, I elected to do it in the transient parking area since there was no one around. Remember how I said it's important for pilots to make position calls when coming into this airport? Here is a great example of that, as this powered glider pilot constantly made position calls and it let me know to wait for him as he landed and parked. Again, great job to this pilot, and we even got a wave at the end. And of course, it's time to show our appreciation. And first, we like to start off with our super thanks, Chris and Boss. Thank you guys for keeping those tanks full. Next, we want to thank our YouTube members, Thomas, Gary, Pilot, Chip, and Ron. We really appreciate you guys. And finally, we want to thank our Patreon members, Chris, Tony, Steve, Rich, Phil, Tyler, Michael, and Chase. You guys are making it really difficult to say all your names, and we love it. Thank you so much.
Chiriaco Summit, Aero 19039 Hotel, back taxiing on the runway for 24. Chiriaco.
We were seriously surprised just how interesting the museum was, and even though it is a George Patton museum, there is so much more history and it's so worth exploring. You definitely want to look at all the tanks that they have on display, and they're in such great condition. We would have visited this airport much sooner if we would have known just how awesome the museum was. Again, if you like World War II history, especially if you like tanks, oh man, this is a great spot.
Chiriaco Summit traffic, Aero 19039 Hotel on the runway, back taxiing 24, Chiriaco.
One last fact that we wondered about, when soldiers trained here, temperatures could reach 130 degrees, which would mean in the tanks, the average temperature was 150 to 160 degrees. I mean, how did they even do that? That's crazy. So definitely check out this airport and the museum the next time you're out or near here, or just make a day of it. We had another week of incredible comments, and I'll be honest, that last video THGP came down to the wire for us because it was so much to share and we were trying to figure out the best way to do it. One of our biggest worries was the departure. We didn't know if it would be too dark, but it looks like we might have picked the golden hour, and you guys agreed, which was such a relief. So thank you so much for that feedback. The other thing we found out is that a number of you had already been intrigued with THGP but didn't know what was actually there. And we were ecstatic to hear that we gave you some ideas and even possibly made you excited to visit. We loved our experience there. It was an amazing community, and we can't wait to hear your experience when you go. Now we're going to try to make this turn as tight as we can, but as you can see, it still took the entire width of the runway. We can't thank you guys enough every single week. We love to hear from those of you that have been with us for a while and those who have just found the channel. You truly make this worth it. And I don't mean the flying. The flying part's the easy part. It's the work that it takes to bring our experiences to you, and we love doing it. You're amazing. We'll see you next week. Until then, go fly, go discover.
Chiriaco Summit traffic, Aero 19039 Hotel, taking runway 24, straight out departure, Chiriaco. SoCal approach, Southwest 142, crossing cloud at 1000 with Echo.
Southwest 142, SoCal, fly heading 230, that vector's for the visual approach 31 left.
230, vectors for the visual, 31 left, Southwest 142.
That's 142, descend to maintain 6,666.
6,600, Southwest 142. United 1294 is out at 12,000, descending to 11,000 at clouds, 300 knots with Echo.
That's 194 SoCal, resume normal speed, fly heading 230 for the sequence. We can expect a visual approach 31 left.
Normal speed, 230 heading, we'll plan 31 left, United 1294.
United 1294, descend to maintain 6,600.
6,000, United 1294.
66, 6,600.
Sorry, 6,600 feet, United 1294.
For Tower West at 1722, descending 13,000 for 11,000, and we are planning the visual 31 left.
Westjet 1722 SoCal, roger. Fly your present heading for the sequence, maintain 7,000.
Present heading for the sequence and maintain 7,000, Westjet 1722.
Call approach Cherokee 90260 Tango. We are 300 radio and 10 nautical mile from Palm Springs VOR. We have a request 6,500.
Yeah, I was going to go to...
Alright, I just sat down here. The call sign, last one call approach. Say the call sign again.
Cherokee 90260 Tango.
90260 Tango. SoCal, go ahead. Southwest 142, descend and maintain 4,000.
Down to 4,000, Southwest 142.
For 9260 Tango, squawk 0233.
Everybody's going that way.
0233, 60 Tango.
Westjet 1722, flighting 230, descend and maintain 7,000.
That's thermal right there. 230, maintain 7,000, Westjet 1722.
142, the airport's off your 2 o'clock now, 12 miles.
Field inside, Southwest 142.
142, cleared visual approach, runway 31 left.
Clear for the visual 31 left, Southwest 142.
United 1294, reduce speed at 210 knots, then descend and maintain 4,000.
Slow to 210, then down to 4,000, United 1294.
Westjet 1722, SoCal.
Field inside, Westjet 1722.
Okay, I just wasn't getting a response earlier. So just confirm you're on a 230 heading down to 7,000.
Affirmative, 230 heading 7,000. I may have stepped on you, Westjet 1722.
Westjet 1722, thank you. Reduce your speed at 210 knots.
210 knots, Westjet 1722.
Southwest 142, contact the tower 119.7, good day.
Tower 19.7, Southwest 142.
United 1294, you're falling to Southwest 737, it's your 1 o'clock now, 5 miles out of 4,000.
We're looking, yeah, 1294. We do have the airport in sight.
Thank you. November 9260 Tango, ready to contact 10 miles northwest of Palm Springs altimeter is 2988.
29908 and position check, Victor Tango.
Victor Tango, the altimeter is 2988.
2988, thank you, Victor Tango.
SoCal approach over 19039 Hotel, 20 miles southeast of Palm Springs VOR, VFR request.
Over 19039 Hotel, SoCal, go ahead.
39 Hotel, the PA-28 Romeo, slant golf requesting flight following to Corona, Alpha Juliet Oscar at 8,500.
Number 19039 Hotel, squawk 0201.
0201, 39 Hotel.
United 1294, cleared visual approach, only 31 left.
Cleared visual approach, 31 left, United 1294.
Okay.
19039 Hotel, rate of contact. You are 8 miles north of Thermal, Palm Springs, altimeter is 2988.
2988, 39 Hotel.
So hope you guys enjoyed that one. Now, number 3 on our list. Man, this one was surprising.
You said that about the last one.
I know, but this one was like surprising on another level of it. I would consider it a really first viral one.
Yeah.
Right? And which one was it?
It was 29 Palms.
29 Palms. I mean, I remember the thumbnail was what's even here, and I think that was the whole thing. We were just like, no one's gonna watch this. Like, no one's gonna watch 29 Palms.
But everyone had the same question we did. What is here? Like,
and that was one of the first videos we filmed on the ground. Mm-hmm. And you had just gotten the camera.
I did.
You were testing it, and I remember we're editing it together, and I was just thinking, what are we telling? What kind of story are we even telling?
Well, we were filming not expecting to use any of that footage because we really were just testing the camera.
Yeah.
But I think you had mentioned something about like, let's see if we can use any of this, and so it was not a great video.
To be fair, we do that a lot of times. We're like, we're not supposed to use this. Like all the cockpit cam, especially the early ones, we weren't supposed to use that. And then
still the ones that we use.
Well, yeah, that's true. Well, no, the Havasu, we were ready for that. The ones before that, we were not. But I mean, it worked out. And then I think that was really when we started getting a little bit of feedback, like, oh, we like the stuff on the ground. And we were slowly starting to add more and more because people were asking, okay, but what are you doing? What are you eating? And really, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, and funny enough, that one we didn't eat or do anything. We just were at the airport and
we showed expired food in the fridge, and then we showed some oil, and we walked outside to some planes that were pretty much derelict.
Yeah.
But you guys did teach me about canards.
This is true.
So, because I didn't know what that was.
Yep.
So thank you guys for teaching me that, because I had never seen a plane like that. I thought it was really cool. And they're like, oh, that's a canard, that's a canard. But then the other thing we learned about the nickname for 29 Palms. What is
29 Stumps. Thank you, Marines, for informing us about that.
Yes, that's so true. I was like, what is that?
And I would say they lovingly call it that, but I don't think it's lovingly. I think that's what they call it.
Yeah, I remember I told you that. I was like, I guess this is what they called it.
Yeah.
And then I think, like you said, more and more Marines were going on the comments. They're like, yep, that sounds about right. And yep, it looks exactly the same like when I was there. The biggest story that we got was that how many solos happened at this airport. I had my solo there. And
solo cross country.
Sorry, solo cross country for PPL. Thank you for clarifying. The solo cross countries, it was so many people, and with such fondness of that airport. I mean, I do. I remember going there, stopping, texting Justin. I remember the exact words he said when I landed. He said, outstanding. And then we took off again. And for me, I remember it special because I remember coming back, and I remember thinking about, Stallion, our doggo. And he had passed, I don't know, maybe a couple of months before that. And so I think that's, for me, where there's something special about the airport, because I remember just departing there and thinking that. And I mentioned in the video that it was lost, and that's what we lost. We lost our dog, and he was everything to us. And so that's what that airport meant to me. I didn't mention specifically, and to be honest with you guys, I don't know if everybody understands or might think that like a dog is just a dog, but to us he was like everything. So it was really rough, and that's what aviation did is help me work out the grief. And when I started taking you up, it just kind of helped both of us. Like, at least we could like have new experiences, right?
Yeah, I think we were focusing on
something else. Yeah, and so that's why this airport was, as special as it was to us, it was for a personal reason. But the last thing we thought is like, all of a sudden there's like 30,000, and I think we're in Monterey. And I was like, well, okay, this just got 10,000 a day. Then it was 30, then it was 40, then it was 50,000 views. And I was like, what is happening with 29 Palms?
29 Palms.
One of the things that came out of that video is we got contacted by someone at the airport to actually go back and film their display day. So expect another more, I guess, in-depth of when it doesn't look so desolate.
When there's actually other people there?
When there's actually other people there, because there is a good community there. We've seen videos of our friends going there. So we're gonna go back. We got the invite. And so we're excited to join them on their display day, and we'll show it to you guys what it looks like. Thank you guys for making that one our first like really huge video. So it was funny though.
It was really funny out of all the ways.
I know. So I hope you guys enjoyed this next one. Sorry it's a little long-winded, but this is a special one for us too. So you guys enjoy.
So last week was a little intense with Van Nuys Airport, so we're going the complete opposite extreme to something much more peaceful as we head to the desert and visit an airport that I flew to for my second solo cross country as a student private pilot, and what feels like was forever years ago.
29 Palms traffic, Aero 1939 Hotel, entering unextended left downwind for 26, full stop. 29 Palms.
I remember as a student pilot having to choose a location for my second cross-country solo. And since I had already flown west to Camarillo for my first cross-country, I figured why not head east into the desert. It's no secret now that I love visiting new airports, but even as a student, if I had the chance to go somewhere new, I was going to take it. But unfortunately, I was on a schedule. I only had time to land, taxi back, and return to Chino, where I was training out of. So today was a special day to return to this airport, park, and do some discovering. This airport has some fascinating history, makes it a great stop for long cross country, if only to use the bathroom. And even though it's pretty desolate, we found it to be extremely peaceful. All as we visit 29 Palms Airport in 29 Palms, California.
Flight traffic, Arizona 402, Woover inbound on the RNAV 26. Is that Skyhawk still on runway 35? All right, then we'll be start breaking off and circling for runway 35, Arizona 402.
So I want to point out something very interesting. That radio call was for Blythe Airport, which is 70 miles southeast of 29 Palms. I got questioned once why I say the 0 in, for example, this runway here at this airport, 08. And it's because of this exactly, when two different airports had the same frequency. You never know if the other airport has a similar sounding runway, for example, 18. And this was even trickier because both airports here have the exact same runways. Again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with omitting the 0, it's just my personal preference. It was September 27, 2022. I was excited and nervous. I got my flight following on the ground at Chino, and I remember thinking, oh my God, I'm going to fly so high today, 5,500 feet. Yeah, I know, but as a student, I thought I was flying into the stratosphere at this point. The tough part was that there really wasn't much information on the airport.
29 Palms traffic, Aero 39 Hotel, left downwind of beam 26 for full stop. 29 Palms.
I would research on YouTube and of course the chart supplement, and one of the toughest pieces of information to find was how to get the weather.
I'll give you the answer to that soon. On the approach that day, I also remember thinking, am I low enough? How is my speed? Where is left traffic? How far out do I make a call? Spoiler, I came in high and fast, and I had to slip it down and still use more than half the runway. But hey, a win is a win. Today though was much better.
Twentynine pumps traffic, Aero 39 Hotel, turning left base 26, 29 pumps.
So why is this airport even here? Well, it was activated on January 1st, 1942. Yeah, there goes that year again, 1942. During that time, Germany was experimenting with gliders and even had a really successful mission with them since they were quiet and could land on small airfields.
29 pumps traffic, Aero 39 Hotel, turning final 26, 29 pumps.
Well, then the US learned about that successful mission and decided it was time to have our own. So the airport was one of many that was used for glider training, and it was called 29 Palms Air Academy. General Henry H. Arnold ordered the training of 150 glider pilots. But by the end of the war, 6,000 glider pilots had been trained, and 1,654 were trained right here at this airport. The first mission, unfortunately, didn't go so well. High winds and inexperienced tow pilots completely botched the operation. But Sicily was eventually captured by the Allies. So what happened to this glider program after the war? Well, helicopters happened. They had better performance while being more economical. Twentynine Palms Airport is untowered and has two runways, 0826 at about 5,500 feet and 1735 at almost 3,800 feet with an airport elevation of 1,888 feet. Now the runway condition is pretty good, but there are a number of patches due to the cracks that occur from the hot temperatures, with summers having consistent temperatures above 100 degrees. And there are two instrument approaches, which include a VOR Alpha and an RNAV for both runways 26, but be aware that the RNAV is not a straight in. It has a 7-degree offset. There is a tetrahedron wind indicator here. All you have to do is look the way it's pointing, and that's where the wind is coming from.
Twentynine pumps traffic, Aero 39 Hotel, clear of 26, 29 pumps.
We've already discussed a little bit about the weather and it being hot here, but this is the desert, and the other thing you must be aware of is the winds. Whenever I look at an airport diagram and see crossing runways, I always think that means that winds in all directions can be expected. Now, the 2 times I've been here, winds were down the runway, but it's nice to have that extra one just in case those winds pick up going north-south direction. I mentioned I'd let you know how to get that weather here. Well, there are 2 methods. The first, like I just mentioned, is that tetrahedron. The second is the ASOS, which is not on the charts here, but you can get the weather by clicking the CTAF 3 times. And you can even click it 4 times for radio check. Alright, so let's talk airspaces. So this might not be SoCal TRACON proper, but that doesn't mean you don't have to watch out for some very particular restricted military airspaces to the north that goes from the ground to unlimited. If you're talking to SoCal or LA Center, most likely, they will warn you when you're getting too close. And I would heed their warnings because it is the largest marine base in the US by land area. And that land is used for live fire exercises. Again, just stay away from that airspace. Oh, and speaking of military, the Marines have used this airport to train on how to take over an airfield. And if you want to see what that looks like, we'll put a link to a video in the description below.
as far as transient parking, there's not too many spots here. As you can see, a lot of them are already taken up by other planes. They do have another area further east, but I don't recommend it there since that area has some deep cracks in the asphalt. Luckily for us, we were able to find 2 open spots here with tie-down chains. So we've read in multiple places that pilots fly into this airport and go to Joshua Tree National Park. Now what we found is the closest entrance is 10 miles away. So it begs the question, for you pilots who have actually done this, how did you get from the airport into the park? All right, it's time for us to do some discovering. So the first thing you notice as soon as you land is that it is completely quiet. All you hear is the wind, really. So the code's really easy to get in here. As you guys can see, it's just the emergency frequency, which I'm sure you guys know. So we didn't know what to expect, but we were pleasantly surprised. As you guys can see, there's microwaves, there's chairs, but the best thing is that on hot days, they do have air conditioning in here. Even that ceiling fan. As we said earlier, there is food in the fridge, but according to one person on 4Flight's comments section, they said make sure to read the expiration date. One of the things that really surprised us was finding quarts of oil. They have W100 Plus and W15, W50. All they ask is that you pay the price that's posted right above the oil. Again, honor system. But we thought it was such a nice touch for them to look out for pilots. Again, for a pilot, the only thing more important than nav gas is probably the bathroom. And you can even pay your tie-down fees in here. We were really surprised with this pilot's lounge. The fact that it had oil, it had bathrooms, it was air conditioning, it was perfect. So this is a great option for any pilot traveling through this desert area. Now, I had read about the 3 clicks for the weather on 4Flight's comments section, but there is a sign about it here. Unfortunately, I did check the chart supplement for this airport and it does not have that information on there. As far as fuel, it can be hit or miss. At least a year ago, people were saying that the fuel pumps were down. They work perfectly today. We didn't have any issues, and that problem could have been resolved, as I haven't seen that being a problem in the latest comments on 4Flight. But just in case, come in here knowing that there's a possibility that the fuel pumps might be down, but that's pretty much at any airport. And you might say, well, there should be a NOTAM stating that the fuel pumps are down. And the only response I have to that is, yes, there should. I talked about how I don't recommend the east side parking. Well, this is why. It's because the cracks are pretty sizable, so I just wouldn't go there, but it's up to you. So if you ever wanted to know what Irene and I do when we go to these airports, whether they're desolate or not desolate, this is what we do. We walk around the airport and just explore, discover all the things that it has to offer. And like this plane right here, we didn't know what it really was. I'd never seen a plane like this with the, I guess, fins in the front.
And this plane right here, yeah, now it's a complete derelict, but at one time, it probably flew some amazing journeys. And I just wonder, like, what was it like back then for this plane? Now it just sits here. Luckily for us, this is an empty airport, so it's easy to walk around. Not so much with busier airports. People are wondering, what are we doing? Just walking around. We usually mitigate that by just introducing ourselves. But that's it for this airport, and now it's time to head on home. So one more thing to be aware of. If you happen to be on flight following and heading west from this airport, just know that if you are below 6,000 to 8,000 feet and are near Yucca Valley Airport, which is typically where LA Center hands you off, SoCal might not be able to hear you until you get closer to Palm Springs area. That has been our pretty consistent experience, so if you don't hear anything or they don't hear you, don't panic. Always remember, LA Center handed you off, so SoCal will know to expect you, even if it's just a little later. And yeah, as a student, I did panic a little. We also want to thank Brohan Gohan 1136 for requesting this airport a couple of months ago. I'm going to guess the username is a Dragon Ball reference, but either way, thanks for the request. So last week we left you with an anxiety-inducing departure, so hopefully this one evens things out a bit. We want to thank a couple of you guys. So our dream is to do the channel full time to bring you even more in-depth information and stories about these airports. I mean, with 520 towered airports and nearly 20,000 non-towered, we got our work cut out for us, but every week, it feels like we're one step closer to that reality, and it's because of you. So thank you so much, Tony, Chris, Steve, Eric, and Aviator for this week's Super Thanks. So this week, we're going to release memberships, whether it's fully ready or not. And there's even a slight chance that we've already released memberships by the time we release this video. We'll make adjustments as needed, but know that we try to front load the perks in a way that it doesn't price out anyone, because flying is expensive enough. You'll see exactly what we mean soon, and it'll be both on Patreon and YouTube memberships, making it your choice. Now, we prefer Patreon, but we know that it means signing up for a whole nother platform. And again, we wanted to leave that up to you. We'll have more details very soon.
Twentynine Palms traffic, Aero 19 or 39er Hotel, taking runway 26 at Alpha, straight out departure, Twentynine Palms.
So I'll share something personal with you guys. When I came as a student and I departed this airport with the peaceful background of the desert and just me in the cockpit, I reflected on the unbelievable reality of being there at that moment. We experienced a tough loss that year that we're still dealing with today. But at that time, I needed something to relieve some of that pain, and aviation provided that. It was definitely a bittersweet moment because on the one hand, never in a million years would I have thought I would actually be flying a plane by myself. And on the other hand, I would still give it all up to reverse that loss. But unfortunately, life doesn't work that way. We're truly grateful for what we have found in aviation and the adventures that we have taken to places we would have never otherwise visited, like Twentynine Palms Airport. And even better, that hopefully it makes you want to take your own adventures. Well, this wraps it up for another one, and we hope this one was much more peaceful. We definitely needed it too after last week. As always, there were some amazing comments. We got some great feedback on some additional info we added, and even some of your own memories with Van Nuys Airport. So we can't wait to hear what you guys have for us this week. We think the funniest part of last week's video was that some of you were just as stressed as we were. I'm pretty sure Irene said, good, at least it wasn't just us.
And finally, thank you all so much. Truly, the fact that almost 2,600 of you have decided to subscribe to this channel is nuts. But we love that you're here, and we'll keep the airports coming. We'll see you next week, and until then, go fly, go discover.
We hope you guys liked that one, but that's not the last surprise that you guys gave us, because this next one, we had no idea what we were gonna do, what we were gonna show. We had looked up everything we could, right? Like, where can we show of things to do? And you guys, again, you guys didn't care. You're like, I wanna see the airport. And before I continue, what airport was it?
Victorville.
Victorville. Southern California Logistics
Airport,
right?
Which no one calls it that.
No one calls that. It's Victorville. But we did know that the one thing they did have was the boneyard.
Mm-hmm.
So at minimum, we knew we could at least show you guys that, because that's always cool.
Yeah, I always want to see that.
I know. So, I mean, we got to see it at Mojave. Now we got to see it here at Victorville. But, oh, and then the other thing, you got to visit
Millionaire.
And you guys know she loves her Millionaire.
I do.
And we ate there. And then we took off in the crew car, and we just kept driving, but we really couldn't figure out what to do.
Nope.
And we were gonna go to the museum, but that didn't happen. And then we were just like, okay, we're gonna drive in a big circle. That's really what happened. And wouldn't you know it? Like, we don't know what's good. We obviously don't know what's good and not good, but we started, again, another video that you guys love the desert. Because this was the first video to get us what?
100,000 views.
We were like, what? And this just happened like a couple of weeks ago, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
the first video ever. This was the last video that we thought that was gonna happen with.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, when I told you, you were like, wait, what? Honestly, we thought it was gonna be 29 Palms.
We did.
Because it was at 96,000 for a long time. But it was Victorville.
Yeah.
And so, I'm not gonna say any more, but go ahead.
I think it's because a lot of people had some really fond memories of George Air Force Base.
That's true. And I think that's been a key part of a lot of these is, especially when we visit these bases or former bases, that there's so much history that you guys like to share, and we love reading those stories.
Oh yeah.
You know, to be honest, we're trying to find ways to kind of commemorate some of that stuff. I mean, we've talked, it's not a desert airport, so that's why we don't have it on the list, but like Norton. We like to get like, I think we talked about Norton with the airport, and then a C-141.
Oh my God, yeah.
You know, stuff like that. And I know George Air Force Base would have something. I don't know if it's like the F-104s or
probably
something like that, you know.
Or Castle with the B-52s.
The P-52s or the Peacemaker. And so we're just, what we're seeing is you guys love this. And to be honest, we love them. It's so cool that you guys are excited about them like we are, because it's so amazing when you go there and you learn that history, you know, because there's so much of it. But yes, Victorville, of all places. Again, we didn't even do anything.
We didn't. We just drove around.
But it was really cool just being there. And the manager of Millionaire contacted us and just, you know, he thanked us for the video and invited us back.
I know, for a boneyard tour.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Which I'm super excited about.
Very excited. So we haven't gone back, mostly because it was in the summer and it's way too hot out there.
Yeah.
But we'll definitely go back sometime soon. So we hope you guys like our first 100,000 view airport, Victorville. Not, well, I guess Southern California logistics.
Officially.
Officially. So
Formerly George Air Force Base.
So you guys enjoy. Today we check out the 4th largest airport in California by area, a place packed with commercial airliners, but not a single passenger in sight. We take a look at what used to be the 2nd longest runway in the US. After that, we swing by the FBO, grab a bite to eat at the cafe, and take the crew car out for a little sightseeing, which didn't go exactly as planned, but we rolled with it. We wrap things up with a quick taxi past the boneyard before heading home over the San Bernardino Mountains. The high desert of Southern California has some pretty interesting airports. A lot of them seem quiet at first, but that changes once you find out what kind of businesses are actually there. The next one definitely fits that vibe. It might not look like much at first, but once you get close, the view is pretty spectacular.
Joshua approach, hello, Global 75 at the Bravos, descending to 14,000.
Global 75 Victor Bravo, Joshua approach, altimeter 3001, continue descent, lead the J 5, set maintain 8,000.
3001 and descend, continue the descent on the J 5, except to maintain 8,000, 75 to Bravo.
We are changing it up a little bit today and actually going to be departing VFR from French Valley Airport. We ended up giving a friend a ride to pick up his own plane, and it's the same airport that we got Hannah from, so we never mind stopping over at French Valley. We would then depart and fly north, initially around March airspace to the east until we reached at least 5,500 to be above that airspace, and then direct to Victorville Airport at 8,500 over the San Bernardino Mountains. And we'll be making sure to pick up flight following because that is an approach corridor for a lot of the commercial traffic. So this is not our first time landing here. If I remember correctly, this is our 3rd time, but the first time it was with Hannah doing some complex endorsement training so I could fly her legally, and it was the 2nd new airport we flew with her, only after Redlands. And the 2nd time here was doing my IFR training, practicing DME arcs. So again, today that makes it the 3rd time, but it would be our 1st time where we actually visit the FBO, because the first 2 times I didn't even know there was an FBO. But not only will we be visiting the FBO,
but it would complete visiting all of this chain's FBOs in California. And this chain is Irene's favorite. And I'm sure you guys already know which one that is by now, but if you're new here, you'll find out soon enough. We'll also share what the cafe is like at this location, take a tour around the rest of the FBO, and borrow the fancy crew car to initially go to a local museum, but plans ended up having to change, and instead we did a quick tour around the surrounding areas. All as we visit Southern California Logistics Airport in Victorville, California.
Radio 988, contact SoCal 135.05.
SoCal 135.05, Radio 988. See you.
Now there's definitely some history at this airport. First, it began in 1941 as George Army Airfield, and then it was later renamed to George Air Force Base.
November 39 Hotel, radar search terminated. You could squawk VFR and contact Victorville Tower.
Squawk VFR and over to Victorville Tower. Thanks for the help. 39 Hotel.
During World War II, the base trained bomber crews and supported combat operations. Fast forward to the Cold War, and it converted to a tactical fighter base from the 50s through the 80s with aircraft like the F-4 Phantom and the F-105 Thunder Chief.
Victorville Tower, Ever 19039 Hotel, 9 miles south inbound for full stop with Lima.
Aero 1939 Hotel, Victorville Tower. Roger, are you going to Millionaire after landing, or are you going to be a taxi bag?
Going to Millionaire, 39 Hotel.
Aero 1939 Hotel, make the left downwind to runway 17 and report left midfield.
Left downwind to 17 and report midfield, 39 Hotel.
After the Cold War ended, things changed and the military began downsizing with the Base Realignment and Closure Commission in 1988. And the base was officially closed in 1992. Now, not every base can find a second life, but this one did by focusing on aviation. With optimal weather for flying, which we will get into more detail later, it became an ideal location for an aviation hub. Two years after its closure, in 1994, it opened back up as Southern California International Airport, and 1 year later, in 1995, it received the FAA certification, allowing it to start serving passenger and cargo operators. And finally, in 1999, the airport once again changed its name, making it Southern California Logistics Airport. The city would then build a strong relationship with a developer that prioritized creating an 8,500-acre multimodal freight transportation hub with air and ground connections, which you'll see on the approach. Today, it has huge companies here such as Boeing, FedEx, General Electric, and Pratt & Whitney. But it does not only have aviation companies, you'll also find Dr. Pepper, Snapple, and Red Bull. Now, even though it is no longer an Air Force base, it is still used to support troop movement to Fort Irwin with over 70,000 soldiers passing through annually. And this was also where in 2019, 2 new Boeing 747-8s were selected as the next Air Force Ones. Now, during the pandemic, with air travel nearly halted and this airport having room for about 500 aircraft, many were stored right here because once again, temperatures are perfect for that. Southwest parked most of their 730 fleets right here. And even though George Air Force Base is a thing of the past, you can still see the old housing as we fly in here. You can no longer go in there because it was considered very hazardous with substances like asbestos.
Now, as we see the airport coming into view here, let's talk a little bit about it. Southern California Logistics Airport is a Class Delta with 2 runways, 0321 at a little over 9,100 feet, and the big one, which we'll be landing on today, 1735 at over 13,000 feet. And it's all at an elevation of nearly 2,900 feet. Now, at one point, runway 1735 used to be the second longest runway in the US at 15,050 feet, only behind Denver International at 16,000 feet. Now, the reason for this was to be able to accommodate cargo planes that were heavy loaded in the summer. Now, back in 2022, which was our first time here, they had the full 15,050 feet of runway available. But we did find out shortly after that it was shortened. So glad we got to land on the second longest runway in the US, at least that one time. But you'll still be able to see the original elongated portion of that runway as we come in.
Victorville Tower, Aero 1939 Hotel, left downwind midfield.
Aero 1939 Hotel, wind 130 at 8, gust 15, runway 17, clear to land.
17 clear to land, 39 Hotel.
Now, this is pure speculation on my part on why it was shortened. But I remember back then when we landed that first time, the clearance that we got to land was never a full clearance. It was always at your own risk. Now, to all my non-pilot friends out there, it's not as dangerous as that sounds. Helicopters get this clearance all the time. All it means from this airport is that tower didn't have a visual on the landing end of the runway. And I think it was because the aircraft parked on the approach end of that runway obstructed tower's view. But today, that is no longer a problem. You'll still be able to see the old runway as we approach and still see all those aircrafts on the approach end. But all that to say, that is why we get the words today of cleared to land. But speaking of that long runway, I did say earlier I would discuss why it was so long originally. Well, it's for the same reason why Denver holds the #1 spot for the longest US runway: density altitude. This area is known to be extremely dry, which is great for storing aircraft, but it is also extremely hot. And when you add this airport's elevation, density altitude can surpass 7,000 feet, since temperatures can average 100 plus degrees in the summer months. Another major factor to consider are the winds, because the high desert is definitely known for intense, sustained speeds of 35 to 50 miles per hour and gusts as high as 65 miles per hour. So obviously always do your weather brief.
Combat 142 plus 1, Victor, go. Combat 142 plus 1, proceed, Charlie, Echo, cross runway 21.
And finally, you might have enough runway to take off here even on the hottest of days, but don't ignore the thermals in the middle of the day that can cause some rough turbulence. In the summer, we always opt for starting early and being back home before noon. The amazing thing about Victorville and the high desert though is that you get 300 days of clear skies, even when the LA basin is completely clouded over, because the mountains hold the marine layer from getting into the high desert.
Aero 1939 Hotel, continue down the runway, turn left at Delta, change to ground frequency 124.45.
All right, continue down to Delta and over to ground, 39 Hotel.
Oh, and one more bonus thing to consider. In the summer, you see those mountains at the end there? They will cause some tall cumulus clouds to form, which you do not want to be around. So again, just make sure you plan for that. Now, of course, there are instrument approaches, which include the RNAV to all 4 runway approaches and the localizer and VOR DME to runway 17. But just know there are no ILS approaches. Now, this is a great airport for instrument training because it really is a calm airport, and at least the times I have been here, tower has been nothing but great. As far as instrument departures, just know it's not a straight out. You have to make a right turn to a fixed 20 miles to the west before proceeding on course. So just take that into account if you're just doing it for practice.
Victorville, ground arrow 1939 Hotel, clear of 174 Millionaire.
Air 1939 Hotel, Victorville, ground, turn right on Echo, cross runway 21 on Echo, then turn left on Charlie.
All right, turn right on Echo, cross runway 21 at Echo, and then left on Charlie, 39 Hotel.
Now, I just want to make one note about the airspace here. Since it's pretty open, just don't fly north more than 15 miles or you'll be entering the restricted zone R2515, which is usually hot, meaning active, especially since it is the zone that goes over Edwards Air Force Base. I'm pretty sure those guys would not appreciate you going in there. Now, as cool as it would be to land there, we'd advise against it because it'll be more than a number that you'll be getting.
Boeing Tug 4, plane in tow at Millionaire.
Boeing Tug 4, Victorville, ground.
Boeing Tug 4, Charlie to IAC.
Boeing Tug 4, proceed on Charlie, advise off.
Boeing Tug 4, on Charlie.
Now, as far as traffic, besides all the store aircraft here, you pretty much get everything besides commercial passenger traffic. You have small GA, you have private jets, and you even have military. Matter of fact, we had the pleasure of seeing a priority air transport, but respecting the military's privacy, we chose not to film them. But just know that the military does show up very, very frequently. And as of this writing, I saw a notum that runway 0321 would be closed for everyone except for military from 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. We definitely wonder what they'll be up to. So the whole reason we are here today is for the FBO, and like I said, Irene's favorite, Millionaire. It was only after our visit here that we realized we had visited all the Millionaire locations in California, and this one was just as customer centric as all the rest. But we'll talk more about that on the ground. And also note there is no transient parking here.
Air 1939 Hotel, just continue straight ahead towards the tower onto the ramp to get around this aircraft that's in tow off to your left there, and then I'll get you turned over to the marshalers.
No problem, we'll go straight ahead towards the tower, 39 Hotel.
This is another Millionaire that does have a Jetaway Cafe, and we will be checking that out and sharing it with you shortly.
039 Hotel, that's your marshals off to your left over there by the palm tree and the American flag given site.
Ah, got him inside. Can I head direct towards them right now, 39 Hotel?
Turn your discretion.
Turn my discretion, 39 Hotel.
So we finally made it after that long taxi. So let's get out and look around.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning. After checking in at the front desk, we grabbed the keys to the crew car and made sure to pick up our pilot's bucks for the cafe before we headed out. All right. Oy. All right, you got this.
Wow.
It's like I just walked into a theater.
It did sound like that.
I know, I was like,
We're back at Millionaire.
another millionaire.
A different one.
Different one.
We're in Victorville.
Which we did get almost like, not a special invite, but we were encouraged like to come by, I think he's the manager, general manager.
Okay.
Gil. So, thanks, Gil. No one knew we were coming though, so it's not like it was one of those. So, and it was still the same experience.
It was awesome. It's a true millionaire experience.
Yeah.
And we didn't get comp for this. We're not sponsored.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not like, I just truly enjoy going to the different millionaire FBOs. I find them to be in very interesting locations.
Yeah.
So for example, March was really unique because it's the only FBO on a reserve air base that you can actually fly into as a civilian. And Victorville, this location, I think is interesting because this particular airport has a lot of history. It used to be an Air Force base. It's now called Southern California Logistic Airport, technically.
Yeah.
But there is still some military activity here. While we were here, there was a plane that came in after us that was...
the King Air.
The King Air that came in after us. That was filled with military personnel.
There's private jet traffic.
Yeah.
Military traffic, obviously SGA traffic.
Yep.
But the big dog here is Boeing.
That's what he said, yeah.
I didn't know.
I didn't know that either.
So Boeing takes up a lot of ramp space. I don't know what they actually do here.
I'm thinking they probably take the planes and they get them prepared to store them and then maybe bring them back to I know there's terminology for that. I don't know what it's called.
If you guys know, let us know, because it looks like they have a huge presence and they're very quiet here.
They
So
are.
We looked up the airport.
Yeah.
We didn't find anything about Boeing.
No.
But there are a ton of airliners here.
Yeah, I think where we parked was directly in front of Millionaire, their front door off the ramp. But directly on either side, there were giant airliners parked.
Yeah, the linemen were awesome. As soon as we got there, asked us what we needed. We let them know.
Fueled us right away.
I called before we came in, extremely friendly. It's seriously, it never stops. Any millionaire that we've been to, it's the exact same.
Yeah.
Just a great experience.
So we had a gentleman in the FBO, Carl, who stopped to talk with us. And
10 minutes?
Yeah, and just he was asking us what we were filming for. We asked him a couple questions about, what they do here and just saying, we love Millionaire. And he said the same thing. He goes, I love Millionaire too.
Yeah.
So it was just, it's always a good time.
Yeah.
We get treated so well. Even the cafe staff, they were really friendly. Just everyone from top to bottom.
Yeah.
It's always a great experience.
He did tell us that they are looking to get a huge renovation happening here as well, because they're trying to make all the millionaires look the same. I think St. George when I told him St. George, he was like, they're trying to make them look like that. St. George was amazing.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Yeah. That is to say, this one's going to get a upgrade too, so we can't wait for that. That'll give us another reason to come back. Now, we can talk about food. What did you have?
So I had what they called a cargo, which was a brisket sandwich.
Yeah.
And it was very saucy, and the bread was really soft. And then they served it with pickles on the side, so if you didn't want the pickles in the sandwich, you didn't have to worry about that.
And then I ended up getting the chili dog. Hot dog was good. The chili though, was really good. Really good. And then because we saw it on the menu, I ended up getting nachos. I thought it was just chips and nacho cheese. It ended up being chips, chili, and nacho cheese. again, you could get it with fries if you want, so you can have chili cheese fries with nacho cheese. But it was good. It was actually really good.
And they had a varied menu. So if you're looking for something like just regular cold sandwiches, it looks like they had that, wraps, and then your typical burger. I think Carl had mentioned that his favorite thing here is a double cheeseburger. So, and he says it's as good as any other double cheeseburger outside of Jetaway Cafe. So when you come here,
burger, right?
yeah,
just get it there.
Yeah, and again, $1 you'll get chips, a drink, and the burger. So.
Yeah. All right, but yes, so now we're gonna head to the Route 66 Museum.
Inside of, I think it's like downtown-ish Victorville.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go take a look at that and see what's here. I have never spent time in Victorville. Have you?
Me neither. I've lived here. I've lived in SoCal my whole life. Victorville is really just, we passed through to go to Vegas. That's about it.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, we're gonna go find out what Victorville is all about.
So look what I found.
Oh!
So in the side pocket, they have this guide for places to eat in Victorville.
Yeah, they do. This is cool. We've seen this once before.
Santa Maria.
Santa Maria, that's what I remembered. This thing is so valuable.
So that's American. Let's see what else do they have.
Okay. Mexican.
Okay.
Italian.
All right.
Asian.
Wow.
Other, which is like Indian and Cuban. And then points of interest. Victor Valley Museum and Route 66 Museum.
Which is where we're going right now.
That's where we're gonna go.
Yep.
So if you guys come and you don't know where to eat, don't worry, they have a whole list for you. So you know we were ready with our USB cable like we mentioned last week. This time the carport was located in the center storage. Again, a 10-inch screen is so much better than our phone screen. Now I know how to use this. It's this little thing right here. So I won't look like I don't know how to drive the fancy new cars. But well, let's go. The tower.
And this is the ARF, right?
Oh, that's the ARF. Yeah, so those are the old, you said George Airfield, Air Base housing, right?
Yeah.
Seeing on YouTube, people have gone in there. Looks like they're tearing them down.
So maybe preventing squatters, people going in there, maybe getting injured.
Yeah.
I know part of the reason, so I think originally this closed during the Base Realignment Act as part of that time.
Oh, okay.
But also, I think there were reports of cancers and other illnesses.
Oh,
because I think the site was contaminated.
Gotcha.
And so that may have had something to do with it shutting down.
Yeah. Our initial plan was to visit the Route 66 Museum, but it looked closed, so instead we decided to pretty much drive to some nearby cities around the airport. We ended up finding this neighborhood with some docks to water in the middle of the desert. We were completely surprised. Oh, one tip for you guys. These cars have that automatic shut off and it goes into electric mode. The problem with that is if it's hot outside, it will stop the compressor and so you won't get cold air conditioning anymore. But the trick to solving that is turn off that conversion over to the battery or whatever it is. For this car particularly, there's a button, circled arrow with an A. If you press that, it turns that off, and so it stays on the engine, and then the compressor won't go out, and it stays nice and cool in the car. So, just something to take note of.
We're like the only ones out here. Okay, this road is really feeling like a roller coaster now.
Yes, it is. I had to slow down.
How fast are you going?
I was going.
Well, the speed limit here is 65 and you're only going 60.
I know. I feel like I still had to slow down.
Yeah. Definitely a wavy road.
All right, one thing. I had no idea that this meant unlock. Apparently that means unlock a Mercedes. Don't know, but that's what that means. I was trying to figure out how to unlock it. I just decided to push that, and that means locked. So that's one thing. This car's awesome. I mean, it got us around just fine. The only thing is, again, the little shutting off and going to battery mode, just disable that and you're good to go. You enjoyed it.
I did. I liked it.
And again, in true Millionaire fashion, a Mercedes.
And it's really comfy.
It's really comfy.
Yeah.
So we'll start with the main lobby because it's nice and big with comfortable couches, and it serves as the central hub for all the other specialty rooms here. The first room off the main lobby we'll check out is the conference room, which is really meant for larger groups. If you just need a quiet spot to take a business call, file a flight plan, or relax for a bit, don't worry, we'll get to those spaces next. Up next is the official flight planning room. Sure, most of us use electronic flight bags these days, but even if you don't need to borrow the computer, it's worth stopping by just to check out all the patches on display.
If you guys don't know about the Night Stalkers, definitely check them out. These guys are like elite. I don't know everything about them, but I think they're rotorcraft, and the way they are trained is just spectacular. So much so that their motto is, well, it says NSDQ here. It's Night Stalkers Don't Quit. I mean, it's really cool. These guys are amazing.
Now, one of the coolest rooms here is probably the Pilot's Theater. It's the first time we've seen one that actually feels like a real theater, complete with wall lighting and super comfortable seating. Honestly, it's enough to fall asleep in. But don't worry, there's other rooms for that.
Very peaceful.
Yeah. So if you're looking for peace and quiet,
seriously,
the Pilot's Theater is where it's at.
Pilot's Theater.
There you go. And I like the little details, like
I know
the lights.
Now, like I mentioned, they do have rooms where you can actually get some sleep. These are the quiet rooms. Each one is for a single person, but don't forget, you can ask the front desk for a pillow and a blanket if you need them. And that wraps up all the rooms. And yes, there's coffee, of course. But if you're feeling hungry, don't forget about the Jetaway Cafe.
We are out of here. We didn't know what to expect here. I think the highlight of this place, just Victorville, is all the airliners you see behind us. We actually had a great time, but to be honest, there's not much to do outside the airport.
No.
Sometimes we win and we find some crazy cool places, and other times, very rarely actually, do we go to an airport and there's not more to do.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. We went and spoke to someone here and we asked him, where can we go? And he was like, you're at the place you can go to, because there's nothing else around. But we did take a tour around Victorville,
we did.
Hellendale, and then Adelanto, and then came back in. Millionaire, like we expected, were awesome.
Fantastic, yeah.
Food was good, and it is windy. I don't know if you guys can hear it.
Definitely see it.
Yeah, definitely see it.
Hold on. There is something people can do here outside of Millionaire.
Yes, tell us.
They can take a tower tour.
Oh, yes. You can do a tower tour.
Roger was impatient. He didn't wait for them to call him back.
Watch, they're gonna call back when we get home. We're like, hey, do you want to come? We're like, we were just there.
So we are waiting on a call back to coordinate a tower tour. They are very open to it, and I think it's mostly on weekdays.
Yeah,
you do have to get the go-ahead from the manager.
From the manager, yeah.
So we're just waiting on that. What's really cool about it is if you do come for a tower tour, you can park at Millionaire and like walk to the tower.
That's true.
It's that close. It's maybe like a block distance, right?
Yeah.
Even that.
Like a couple hundred feet.
Yeah.
Couldn't have filmed it anyways because they're very strict about filming personnel or equipment in the tower, so you guys probably wouldn't have got the experience anyways. But it's good to know. That was a good point.
Yeah.
I completely forgot about that.
Yeah.
You're highly likely to see military, and we saw military today.
We did.
So they will come in here, and we were told that in September, sometimes they have exercises here.
They like prepare for their exercises.
Prepare, oh, okay.
They don't do their exercises at this airport.
Yes,
yeah.
You're right. See, she always clarifies. I don't know, anything else?
GE Aerospace is here. I'm not really sure what they do here. If you guys know, let us know.
They're like, nobody knows what we do there. for good reason. Yeah, so that's it. Seriously, it's a perfect stop for like get some fuel, get some food, again, dollar food, and then continue on your way to wherever you're going. So, and I think that's what we would use it for, right? Or if you happen to be a VFR pilot and SoCal socked in for some reason, you need somewhere to stay for a couple of hours before it breaks up, this is like an amazing stop. It's nice and cool inside. Everything is like perfect here. So we're gonna go way back and then hopefully climb out so you guys can see even more of all the airliners here.
Yeah.
So hope you guys enjoy this one. We'll see you guys on the next one.
Victorville Ground, Aero 193-9er Hotel at Millionaire, ready to taxi for with Papa.
And Aero call of Victorville Ground. Say again that call sign, please.
It is Aero 193-9er Hotel.
Aero 193-9er Hotel Victorville Ground. Can you accept runway 17 at Delta with 5,300 feet remaining?
That's affirmative, 39 Hotel.
Aero 39 Hotel, runway 17 at Delta, taxi via Charlie, Echo Delta, cross runway 21.
All right, 17 via Charlie, Echo Delta, cross 21, 39er Hotel.
Now, I ended up changing my mind and wanted to take off further back.
Trail ground, Aero 193-9er Hotel. Is it a problem to do Echo 2? I don't want to cause any more. If it's too much of an issue, we can do Delta.
It's not an issue. You'll have approximately 11,000 feet remaining. I just assumed you didn't need that much runway.
Oh, we don't. We just like seeing all the airliners.
Aero 39 Hotel, not a problem, sir. Amendment to my last taxi via Echo 2, cross runway 21.
All right, it's Echo 2, cross runway 21, 39 Hotel.
And really, thanks Victorville Tower for being so accommodating with that. You really didn't have to, but we really, really do appreciate it. And again, our favorite part is really showcasing you guys and showing our gratitude for everything you guys do for us. I am not exaggerating when I say if it wasn't for you guys, this would be so much harder. Obviously, you guys know that we put a breakdown of all the fees that we pay ourselves. There's nobody sponsoring us, nobody doing any of that. But you guys are the ones that really make it possible. So thank you. Seriously, thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts for making this so possible for us. So as we head to the run-up, yes, the run-up can be done at the blast pad at Romeo, but since you are most likely not a heavy coming in here to have lunch at Millionaire, you can go to any taxiway pretty much and do your run-up there because it is 250 feet wide. Just be mindful of any other traffic in case you need to move over, but of the 3 times we have been here, there's never been any other aircraft around. Now that doesn't mean you should assume that that's the case, but you should be okay doing the run-up on the taxiway perpendicular to the runway. But again, the keyword is there should. Again, always listen. Now, we don't come here often. Again, in the last 3 years of flying, it's been 3 times. So I guess that averages about once a year. But we love getting a view of the boneyard. That many aircraft in one area is pretty amazing to see. I mean, the dream would be to get a tour, but we know that there's a lot of liability of someone getting injured there, so we completely understand. Now, the ultimate boneyard would be the Davis Mountain Military Boneyard. I think Irene would die. But after the pandemic, they stopped doing public tours indefinitely, but I digress. The point is, we're going to get our taxiway tour, so that's why I asked Tower if they minded we go all the way back on the runway. Again, if it caused an inconvenience, we would happily have respected that, but once we were given the go-ahead, onward we went. Another reason I like to use the full length is because more of a buffer in case something does go wrong. Now, I won't do it at busy airports, but this one is quiet. I didn't mind asking here. So last week was a fun airport, and you tended to agree, as it definitely seemed that not only did you have your own history with Hawthorne, but also the Proud Bird, which I have to admit, I didn't know how long it had been around. And once I looked it up, I found out it was 1967 is when it first opened. That's crazy. I honestly, and I'm almost a little ashamed to admit this, I thought it was probably in the last 10, 20 years. But you guys corrected, as you guys usually do, and we love it. So thank you for letting us know that. Now, it also seemed to have brought up some amazing comments, like someone having lunch with Chuck Yeager and Bob Hoover at the same time. Now, that's a story to keep on telling to your aviation friends for sure. Now, other things we learned are the little tidbits in the video you enjoyed, like how we contact the FBO and what we used for the crew cars, like the cables that we used and when do we use them, how do we use them. You guys like that, so we'll make sure to keep on putting those in the video. And finally, the thing you guys have no idea still sends Irene into Cloud 9 every time I tell her a comment about how you guys like that departure. It was definitely one of our favorites, and it really was just a beautiful day, and we're so happy to hear you guys enjoyed it just as much as we did. So that wraps up another incredible SoCal airport, and of course an amazing FBO. Now, there might not be much outside of the airport, but with this place, just the views at the airport are enough. Millionaire was just the cherry on top. I do want to mention that I know that some of you have wondered why some of our videos don't have a walkthrough portion, like that middle portion now that we've changed in the last couple of months. Well, we've definitely evolved in our format in adding now the FBOs, things you can do, but we did want to let you know that some of those old videos that only have the arrival, departure, that are probably only like a 5-minute video, we do intend on going back and doing a more full-fledged format like we have today. For example, like how we did Santa Ynez.
Victorville Tower, Aero 19er, 39er Hotel, holding short 17 at Echo 2 for straight out departure.
Aero 19er, 39er Hotel, Victorville Tower, runway 17 at Echo 2, wind 140 at 20, gust 25, clear for takeoff.
17 clear for takeoff, 39er Hotel.
We love that feedback that you guys want more of the old videos, and trust me, we want it just as much as you do. So don't fret, we will make sure to rectify that. You are all truly amazing. Every week we pinch ourselves reading all the comments, and we just hope that the memories we conjure up are always good ones. Thank you for the time you put into your responses. We love them. We'll see you all next week. Until then, go fly, go discover.
1939 Hotel, Victor Tower, early pre-change proof.
Pre-change proof, thanks for letting us take that scenic route. 39 Hotel, have a great day.
Air 3 Mike Charlie, turn left hand turn heading 250.
250, 73 Mike Charlie.
Air 3 Mike Charlie, that's for traffic northeast of your position, 5 miles, in breeze, direction Boeing 737, descending out on 2000.
3 Mike Charlie will be looking.
Good afternoon, Joshua. Approach Aero 1939 Hotel out of Victorville, VFR request.
Stand by. Air 3 Mike Charlie, upon reaching 13,000, resume on navigation.
3 Mike Charlie, roger.
Air 55 November, contact Joshua approach on 133.65.
13365, Bonanza 55 number.
Air 3 Mike Charlie, resume on navigation at this time, thank you.
3 Mike Charlie, roger.
Air 19er, 39er Hotel, go ahead.
39 Hotel is a PA-28 Romeo / Golf, requesting flight following to Corona, Alpha Juliet Oscar at 8,500.
Air 39er Hotel, Palmdale altimeter 29er, 9er 5. You can squawk 4665.
4665, 39er Hotel.
Southwest 1571, contact SoCal approach on 135.05.
3505, have a good day, Southwest 1570.
Here's 39er Hotel, your radar contact 7 miles south of Hicksville Airport.
39er Hotel.
Joshua Skywagon 3389er Delta, VFR request.
Skywagon 3389er Delta, go ahead.
89er Delta, Cessna 180, just exited Edwards through Southgate, currently at 7,000, climbing 7,500. Request flight following to Riverside, Flay Bob.
And that's Romeo Alpha Lima?
That one actually is Romeo India Romeo.
Right, stand by.
Thank you.
And remember, 89er Delta Skyhawk, correct?
180.
Roger, stand by. Air 39er Hotel, contact SoCal approach on 127.0.
127.0, 39er Hotel, thank you.
Air 89er Delta squawk.
Additional traffic.
Hey, that guy.
Disregard, he descended. You can contact approach 125.5.
125.5424932, thank you.
SoCal approach, Aero 1939er Hotel, 6,600, climbing 8,500.
1939 Hotel, SoCal, Ontario altimeter is 2996.
2996, 39er Hotel.
Skyhawk 50 Pop, radar service terminated. Just while VFR for change proof.
Mark VFR, just change proof, 50 Pop, thanks. Thank you.
Helicopter 727, contact approach 125.5.
25.5, send to see ya. SoCal approach, Sling 546. Juliet Bravo with VFR request.
Sling 546, Juliet Bravo, go ahead.
We departed San Bernardino Airport at 3,300, climbing 4,500. We'd like VFR flight following to Torrance Airport, 4,500 feet. Flight.
Sling 6, Juliet Bravo, squawk 0202.
Squawk 0202, 546 Juliet Bravo.
Sling 6, Juliet Bravo, contact 2 miles southwest of San Bernardino. You should be coming to 4,500?
Yeah, 4,500.
Roger, resume mode navigation.
VFR navigation, 546 Juliet Bravo.
Sling 546, Juliet Bravo, contact approach 125.5.
25.5, 546 Juliet Bravo.
SoCal approach, Aero 1939 Hotel, requesting VFR descent.
1939 Hotel, maintain VFR at or above 4,500.
VFR at or above 4,500, 39er Hotel.
Altimeter 2996.
2996, 39er Hotel.
SoCal 200, Sierra November 10,000 with Oscar Channel.
Sierra November, SoCal, descent your discussion, altimeter is 2996.
96, thanks, Sierra November.
SoCal Southwest 851, 13 South 400 descending via the Jackie.
South 851, SoCal, expect to approach 26 right, Ontario, altimeter is 2996.
26 right, we have information popping, Southwest 851.
Skywagon 3389er Delta with you at 7,500.
Skywagon 3389 Delta, SoCal, Ontario, altimeter is 2996.
9689 Delta.
0 November, traffic 12 o'clock, 4 miles southbound Cherokee, 6500 for 4500, landing Corona.
We're looking for Sierra November.
All right, we have made it to number 1. I don't know if you guys could guess. Of all the airports, of all the FBOs, you guys know what her favorite chain FBO is. That's hint number 1. You guys know, for the ones that you guys have been watching for a while, where we had our 10,000 subscribers, that landmark. And you guys know that it was at a place where we were going back to that we had been to a long time ago when we did an RV trip, right? And it goes without saying, that's probably just one of your favorite memories, location, everything. And then when we left there, it was even more. I mean,
even better, yeah.
It was probably one of the few places that was far that we went back to within a couple of months.
Yeah.
And what airport is it?
St. George.
Woof. Honestly, I love that airport. We were supposed to go to Oshkosh, and we just couldn't make it. And so we had to divert somewhere, and it was literally the night before.
It was.
And we've been wanting to go back, but we didn't really know what kind of experience. You had looked up something, you looked at the resort, and you're like, well, it was only, like 200 a night or something like that?
More like 3.
More like 3? Okay. But a resort like that, honestly, here in California,
yeah.
What is that, like 1,000 a night, maybe?
Yeah.
And so when she said that, I was like, let's just go. We were going to go all the way to Oshkosh anyways. Let's just spend the time, go somewhere, relax. And it was It was crazy. I think the biggest thing was Millionaire just completely
Oh my God.
like blew our minds.
Well, because they just had their renovation.
Yes.
And as usual, their customer service was so incredible.
Right.
And I think we were just wowed by the whole experience, having come off of a disappointment of not making it to Oshkosh.
Yeah.
And so they just made it seem like everything was better. Just
I know.
As soon as we landed, it just felt better.
It felt peaceful.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's when we actually filmed, was that time.
Mm-hmm.
And then like 3 months later, we go back.
Mm-hmm.
And they had just watched the video, which was crazy.
Yeah.
And I know Amanda, she was the general manager there. She was incredible, really took care of us. Even invited us back for the opening of the cafe, right?
Right, which I can't wait to go back to because we were unable to make it then.
Right.
And their menu sounds so good.
Yes. So we are going to go back. We're going to film that too and show you guys that, because we've redone some airports and you guys don't mind. As long as it's a different experience, it looks like they like it. We just redid John Wayne and people like it still.
Yeah.
So we're going to go back to show you that because, yeah, it was all closed. We showed kind of what it looks like.
Well,
but no food.
The other thing we didn't get to do the last two times we were there, is the museum that's on the field.
Oh, that's right. So we're going to showcase that as well. Oh man, we got some stuff to do there.
We do. We have another reason to go
and
back.
You don't need an excuse to go back there. But yeah, so this is truly a very special airport for us. A place we want to go back to all the time. And it's our #1 desert airport, St. George. So you guys enjoy.
So we made an unplanned stop that turned out to be better than we could have ever expected. We were blown away by Millionaire's new renovations, stumbled on the perfect spot to relax with amazingly spectacular views right from your bedside, and even discovered our new favorite pizza place after a full day of exploring the insanely scenic surroundings. So we are completely changing it up this time, leaving SoCal and heading east. Now this stop was definitely unscheduled. Matter of fact, it was only decided that we'd come here the night before. We were supposed to be heading to Oshkosh, but sometimes things don't work out the way you plan, and we had to make a decision after day 1, return home or go somewhere else. And we already had the time off, so we figured why not just head to a place only about an hour away, a place we hadn't been to since the last time we remember life being nearly perfect. And you're probably wondering, what is this man talking about with all these riddles? Well, back in October of 2021, a year before I would become a pilot, we did a cross-country trip from SoCal to Utah, New Mexico, Arizona, and back. All in an RV, and no, not an aircraft RV, but a true recreational vehicle that we rented. We had never done RVing before, but we had always talked about it, so we finally did it, and our first official stop was St. George, Utah. And let me clarify that by we, I mean Irene, me, and the love of our life, our little four-legged furball with attitude, Stallion. And if you're wondering how did we come up with that name, well, I was a big Rocky fan, but it was fitting because I swear he thought he was a horse even though he was a little 16-pound Lhasa Apso. It had been the first trip ever that as we were driving home, we didn't want the trip to ever end, but of course it did. And so I don't risk depressing everyone. I'll just say that in 1 year's time from that trip, life would look completely different. I became a pilot since it was the only thing to help me grieve Stallion's passing. And to this day, it's hard to talk about, let alone write about it. But I say this all to paint a picture of how significant the city of St. George is for us. And today's visit would not only not tarnish the idealism of our first visit, but remind us of why this place is so special. We'll visit one of the most peaceful resorts we have ever been to that includes a garage. Yeah, a garage. That was crazy. Do some hiking with the most amazing rock formation backdrops. And of course, give you a full tour of Irene's favorite FBO chain. And you guys already know what this is. I mean, at this point, she should just be their ambassador. Millionaire. All as we visit St. George Regional Airport in St. George, Utah.
LA Center, Aero 19039 Hotel. Has airport in sight.
November 1903, November Hotel, roger. I'm only showing one piece of traffic approximately 3 miles to the southwest of St. George. Other than that, no traffic detected. Radar services terminated. Squawk maintain VFR, frequency change approved.
Squawk VFR, frequency change approved, and I appreciate all the advisories. 1939 Hotel. St. George traffic, arrow 1939 Hotel, 15 miles north inbound for a 45 for left traffic, 19 full stop. St. George.
Today, we'll be departing Winslow Airport in Arizona very early in the morning. And you might be asking, what are we doing in Winslow? Well, it was because the day before we couldn't make it to Albuquerque from Prescott since there was a wall of towering cumulus clouds, so we diverted to Winslow. After our departure, we will head direct west around terrain and fires that were happening on the north rim of the Grand Canyon. It was a huge fire. When we get near Prescott, we would then head north using the corridor to fly north over the Grand Canyon and then direct to St. George. We had the wheels up by 6 a.m. since there were convective segments scheduled around 11 a.m. and we didn't want to get close to those at all. But now we have to admit that this was the original route because today's flight was really just a sightseeing out and back into St. George, which is not as exciting, but it's for good reason. For some reason, our cameras failed on that initial flight in here, so we had to refilm everything. Not that we minded refilming this approach, but instead of coming from the south on this day, we came from the north.
St. George traffic, Centurion 2259 Sierra, left crosswind runway 19.
St. George traffic, Skyhawk 172 Kilo Sierra in front of Millionaire, taxi to runway 19, taxiway Alpha, St. George traffic.
So let's dive into some history. So today's airport is one of the newest, probably the newest one we have visited since it was built in 2011. But technically there was an airport in St. George dating back to 1937 called St. George Municipal Airport. It was about 6 miles northwest of its current location on top of a mesa. It had a 3,000-foot runway with a beacon light and a windsock. And if you wanted to land at night, well, you'd have to circle the field until someone came in with their car to light up the runway. That's crazy. In 1938, airmail service began here and any outgoing mail was brought in on horseback. Then in 1940, the runway was finally paved with a hangar and a small terminal. And by 1959, the runway was stretched to 5,100 feet, making it possible to serve airline traffic like SkyWest.
St. George traffic, SkyWest 4818 CRJ 900. Where the terminal will be taxiing to runway 19 via Alpha. St. George traffic.
Turning left base, runway 19. Full stop, probably rolling out to Alpha 4 in this one, SkyWest.
Now, eventually, tourism and regional growth led the city to begin considering moving the airport to a location that would allow for some growth, unlike the mesa it was on. And they found the current location, today's location, which hadn't been used since 1961. And it was originally a drag strip and a model aircraft site. It opened on January 13th, 2011, and it made it much easier for regional jets to land with a runway nearly twice the original length.
St. George traffic, Aero 1939 Hotel, 6 miles northeast inbound for left traffic, 19 St. George.
Now, the new airport didn't come without its problems. Less than 10 years after the airport first opened, the runway was already showing signs of wear, and it was issues because of the Utah clay underneath it. And in 2019, the airport had to be closed for 4 months for a $26 million reconstruction project that excavated 17 feet of clay, installed drainage, moisture barriers, and then repaved. Now, when the airport officially opened in 2011, not only was its location changed, but also its name. It went from St. George Municipal Airport to St. George Regional Airport to better reflect the airport's vision.
St. George traffic, Aero 1939 Hotel, 4 miles southeast. Inbound for left traffic, and we have the helicopter 1,000 feet below. St. George.
St. George Regional Airport is untowered, which will be changing soon. More on that coming up. And it has one runway, 0119 at 9,300 feet, which is beautiful when you take into account that the airport elevation is almost 3,000 feet. And if you come during the summer in a normally aspirated engine plane, well, you'll definitely feel the lack of performance. But with that long runway, just run your performance numbers and be patient. You'll be up in no time.
St. George traffic, SkyWest 5084, taking off on runway 19, will be a departure to the southwest. St. George traffic.
St. George.
SkyWest Centurion 22590 is almost to Alpha 4, but we're not off the runway yet.
Roger.
SkyWest Centurion 2259 Sierra, we have exited the runway at Alpha 4, you're clear.
Roger that, thanks guys, see ya.
All right, so let's talk about this tower. On August 11th, 2025, groundbreaking officially began for tower construction, which is amazing news as an IFR pilot. I much prefer towered airports, but also here with the amount of traffic, it will be a great addition. This will also alleviate LA Center from handling IFR traffic into this airport. The current scheduled completion date and certification for a fully operational tower is June 2027, so hopefully it stays on schedule.
St. George traffic, SkyWest 5084 on the roll, taking off on runway 19, southwest departure.
He's gone
St. George traffic.
All right, so let's talk instrument approaches. First, it has an LDA, which uses the Enoch VOR over Cedar City and a St. George VOR for a 7-degree offset approach. Next, there's the RNAV GPS for both runways 01 and 19. But note that runway 19 RNAV is only LNAV as opposed to runway 01, which is LPV. Now, what's the difference between LPV and LNAV? Well, LPV is lateral navigation plus vertical. Gives you both lateral and vertical guidance, as opposed to the LNAV, which is only lateral navigation. And we'll have instrumentation in the plane that will let us know how aligned we are to either or. But if we're just on the LNAV, well, we won't have anything telling us how we are vertically. That's up to us as pilots to make sure that we don't go below the published minimum altitudes.
St. George traffic, Aero 39 Hotel, turning right for the 45 for 19 St. George.
Now, it's only natural to talk about the weather after talking approaches. Summers are long, hot, and dry, with July being the hottest month, with temperatures averaging 103 degrees, which brings density altitude to over 6,000 feet, which again makes that 9,300-foot runway a dream.
St. George traffic, SkyWest 5084, about 1.5 miles to the southwest, departing southwest, 4,500 climbing.
172 Kilo Zero, holding short of runway 19 at Alpha 1, St. George traffic.
St. George traffic, Aero 1939 Hotel, the 45 for 19 St. George.
St. George traffic, Skyhawk 172 Kilo Zero, taking active runway 19 for takeoff, St. George traffic.
Now, the heat is the reason why the summer is considered off-season for St. George, which played into why the resort stay was so cheap. The winters, though, are why it's peak season. During the day, it's about 50 degrees average, but it does get cold at night. There is a localized rainfall from monsoon season, which includes lightning strikes, which this year was the cause of some of the fires, and we were constantly seeing those towering cumulus clouds.
St. George traffic, Aero 1939 Hotel, entering left downwind at 19 St. George.
But despite all that weather craziness, the best thing about the weather here is that it has 300 days of sunshine, which makes keeping up with your flying currency extremely easy. Now, I'm sure you guys have been listening to all that traffic, but as we come into land today, you'll see an American Airlines plane waiting for us to land. And that is because currently St. George Regional Airport is served by American, Delta, and United, with nonstop connections to major hubs like Salt Lake City, Phoenix, Dallas, Denver, and even seasonally LAX. And over the past 5 years, passenger traffic at this airport has nearly doubled, from about 160,000 in 2020 to a record-breaking 346,000 in 2024. And even with those big numbers, it still remains primarily a general aviation airport, which includes private charter jets. So suffice it to say, keep your ears perked and eyes outside for any and all traffic, both in the air and on the ground.
St. George traffic, Aero 39 Hotel, turning left base 19, St. George.
St. George traffic, Skyhawk 172 Kilo Sierra, left crosswind, runway 19, St. George traffic.
St. George traffic, Aero 1939 Hotel, turning final 19, St. George.
St. George traffic, Skyhawk 4818, CRJ 900. We're holding short, runway 19, awaiting IFR release. St. George traffic.
Now, it might seem that fuel might be limited to the FBOs, which we'll get more into a little bit later, but it's definitely not. But it's just a little tricky to find, which is why we will point it out here in case you need to just come in for a fuel stop and don't need the services of either of the FBOs. But you'll need to exit to the east, taxi back, and cross the approach in of 19 at Alpha 1 to Bravo 1 to get to the west side for your top off.
St. George traffic, Skyhawk 172 Kilo Sierra, departing towards the northeast, last call, St. George traffic.
Now, we do want to mention that there is an air museum on the field called the Western Sky Aviation Warbird Museum, which unfortunately we did not visit this time, but it has great reviews, so we'll make sure to visit it next time. But if you go before us, let us know how you like it.
St. George traffic, Aero 1939 Hotel, clear of 19 Alpha 2 for Millionaire, St. George.
Right, and finally, let's talk transient parking. Now, we called to find out if there is city transient parking, and the best information that we could find is that there is, but it's always full. Now, if you're a local and no different, please let us know. So for now, we'll just say there is only FBO parking with either Millionaire or Sandstone Aviation. And you guys know which one we're going to choose. As far as Sandstone Aviation though, they have gotten really great reviews on ForeFlight, so it sounds like you can't go wrong with either. It'll just come down to personal preference, but Sandstone is building a new facility on the south end of the airport, which you'll see on our departure. But if you're gonna park at Millionaire, just know that it does have some of the thickest tie-down chains I've ever seen. But with gusts that can go as high as 30 knots or maybe even more, I can see why they are that thick. And make sure you definitely make sure to always tie down your plane.
St. George traffic, Sales 4818, CRJ 900 departing runway 19 will be a right turnout, north eastbound departure.
And finally, don't forget, if you get there and you don't know exactly where to park, contact either FBO on their ASRI frequency, which you can find on ForeFlight or your other favorite electronic flight bag. Even better, contact them when you're a couple of miles out so they will be ready when you arrive. I haven't done that yet because I always forget, but next time I'll try to definitely remember. So I've already shown you guys behind the curtain, so to speak. So let's just pretend this is the first time we've landed here. So let's go explore. So we have made it to St. George. And this was not a planned stop, but we're really glad to be here actually.
Yeah.
We've been wanting to come here for many reasons, but one of which is...
They have my favorite FBO, Millionaire.
Millionaire. Riverside Millionaire, I think, spotlighted the March video. And then St. George responded on that. And then I told them that Irene's looking forward to going to visit this airport. And they said, well, we can't wait to have you. And so we are here now. And we've kind of cheated. We already got here, went looking around, and it's such a nice FBO.
It really is. It's like top of the line, super fancy.
Yeah.
A lot of good snacks.
A lot of good snacks. And they're not done yet, unfortunately. We thought they were going to be done, but it's okay because it gives us another reason to come back later. But man, what we already saw, I was like, wow, this thing is going to be really nice. Right now, we're actually going to go, you're probably hungry now. Yeah. I think we're always hungry when we land.
So, it makes it interesting. Then we got to take them along somewhere to eat, right?
I know. We were actually trying to get here from another location, Winslow. Unfortunately, when Irene went to bed last night, I told her to wake up at 6, but after she went to sleep, I kept looking at the weather and I changed her alarm to 5 in the morning. So when she woke up this morning, she didn't know she was gonna wake up an hour. I know, an hour earlier, but it was for good reason. It's to get here safely. That was the only priority I had, just get here safely.
It's forgivable.
Anyways, time to go get some food. We're gonna finish packing the car, securing Hannah, and then get out of here and show you guys what St. George is all about. So the first thing we noticed when we came here is that it's actually a pretty big FBO here at Millionaire. And if you want to know how to navigate, just know everything is pretty much on the first floor: snacks, conference rooms, showers, which we'll show you a little later. And on the second floor, it's really just the cafe, which has an amazing area. Of course, we'll show you that shortly. As you guys know, we've been to our fair share of FBOs, and one of our favorite things are the snacks. Here they had Otis Spunkmeyer cookies, and one of the things that surprised us the most, they had a working popcorn machine. We've seen those at other FBOs, but they're never on, and this time they were. So awesome job, Millionaire St. George. Oh, and we really enjoyed this flight planning room because you had a big window looking right out onto the runway.
My goodness. Oh, so David, I'm so excited already. I haven't even seen.
Millionaires.
Oh, that's so cool.
I know. That's some cool stuff. I like that. That's good though.
Oh, I have that one.
Oh, that's what I have. Yeah.
I got that from Yuma.
Remember Ugly Angels? This was probably one of the most impressive showers at any FBO. It looks like you're in a 5-star hotel. This is very comfy actually. These are really nice. And just to point out, they do have 2 quiet rooms. One has a window and one doesn't. So it just depends how dark do you really want the room. And now we head upstairs to one of the best plane spotting cafes we've been to.
Oh.
That's really good. I like that.
So you can see.
Yeah, you can see the mountains. You can tell they're in the middle of construction because even the sodas don't have the labels on them yet.
It looks like they're still setting up.
Yeah, but seriously, when this place is finished, oh my God, it's gonna be amazing. Their food's always good. But like this space, looking outside.
Well, I think that's what's so cool about it. It's on the second floor, which means you get this amazing like panoramic view, right? All the soda and condiments and anything are gonna be on that counter. And then behind this roll-up door, I'm assuming is the kitchen, right?
Yeah.
This is where we walked in. So there's an elevator if you don't want to take the stairs. This is where we walked through with the stairs there in the background. And then you still have like where your trash receptacles are and a television.
Well, not only that. On this side right here. So this is nice, right? It's a nice like seating area, you look outside, but it has power receptacles all the way.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, so you can just set up if you're working or whatever in between flights or you just want a complaint spot.
Down this whole counter?
Down this whole counter. Yeah, right here. Right there, right there, right there.
You weren't joking.
There.
There they are. So if you want to like work and charge some devices while you're here. All right, let's go outside and check it out. My water's still sitting there. So I think this is probably my favorite part of this new remodel. So you've got some benches over here. And what's nice is they're already in the shade and it's only 11.
Yeah.
And those are the 3 windows that you get that view from, right? When you walk up.
Oh, you're right. Seriously, this is really nice. Really well thought out.
Yeah, kudos to the architect.
Well, and then the other thing too is, it looks like these are shades, huh? And they move.
They do.
That's cool. But yeah, this is gonna go, because I think that's west, so this will eventually go that way. But
it's nice that right now it's still in shade.
Right now it feels good. I like dining area, huh?
Yeah. So there's tables and chairs out here. I think if you want to bring your meal out here. And it's again, all shaded. And they have a TV on that far side. And if we turn around, they've got a TV on this side. So they've got it all covered. And then like you were mentioning, these really cool steel curtains that move. They're on this track.
Yeah.
And I think they can provide some kind of shade.
Yeah.
So that the sun's not
direct.
Yeah. So it's really cool. But I think the coolest thing is just this view. I mean, you're elevated. And right now, funny enough, this airport is quiet. But when we went out earlier for a flight, it was buzzing. There were quite a few planes. And then there was 2 SkyWest that took off right when we got back, right?
But I think it's because, you know, you live in the desert, you know the rule. You get up early, you come back early. So we're just leaving for the day, Millionaire. We got some footage, and honestly, they did really good.
Yeah, I think it's, does well done count?
I think
it's not like a steak. They just recently had a refresh and an expansion, and it looks
spectacular.
Really good. Yeah, I think they did a great job just with the feel of it.
Yeah.
It feels very contemporary, but like warm. It's not like.
Oh, you said like everything they did, it was like perfect for this location.
Yeah, exactly. So like all the colors that they chose, the materials, and it feels like it's fitting to this airport.
Yeah.
But it's like really well done. All the spaces are nice and comfortable.
Snacks.
The snacks are really good here.
Really
you guys,
good.
there's popcorn.
Get popcorn.
Yeah. And then upstairs, I know we can't wait for that cafe to open because we'll definitely be back for that. But even without the cafe,
that's
just
really
the
nice
viewing area. Yeah. Like to go up there and plane spot is really nice. You can feel the wind blow.
Yeah.
And you're in the shade. So it's a good spot.
So yeah, St. George, Millionaire, you guys, amazing.
Yeah, you guys did a great job.
We've been wanting to come here for a while now, right?
Yeah, it's been on my list for a long time. Oh yeah.
And so we can't wait till everything is completely done, and then we'll be back again at that time, because it's really nice.
And we'll share a review on the food in the cafe once that's complete.
Once that's done, yeah. Again, this wasn't planned, so we just happened to show up, but it's awesome here. So.
Yeah, highly recommend if you guys do come through here.
Yeah.
The staff is really friendly, linemen are awesome.
Oh my God, yeah.
They're great.
Yep. So we're out of here. We're gonna go get some food, as usual. So,
always hungry.
So now we're making our way to this place that Irene literally found the night before 10 o'clock at night. And it ended up being one of the best places we have ever been. Now, first things first, we had to check in to get our keys. Now we're on our way, only to find out, we had no idea before we came here that we would have a garage. Wow.
So I know this seems like a really small thing, but Roger just loves automatic shades.
I know.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Did you see this?
Oh my God.
All right, we gotta go out. We're gonna start outside first because this is incredible. We're apparently on the 9th hole here on this golf course.
I thought golfer, that's a good thing?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Look at that stream. That's so cool. That backdrop is incredible.
Now I'm going to mention that these ducks you're about to see are not just any old ducks. They're actually pretty famous here at this resort. Not only did we get to see them on our arrival day, but they actually showed up the next morning as soon as we opened the blinds.
So we came in through that white door straight ahead. That's the garage, which is really cool that we have our own garage.
I know. So you don't have to walk with all your stuff.
And your car's not out in the heat.
Oh my God, and we have a black car.
Yeah. And this is the front door here. So this is where you would normally come in through. So there's that front walkway there, which looks really cool. We have a little bench out there and a gate. So it's pretty private.
They were so accommodating, not only to get us in early for today, that doesn't always happen.
Right.
So you can't, that's not like a guarantee that'll happen, just like any other hotel.
Right.
But they try to make sure there was nobody next to us.
We've got like a seating area, which is nice because those look nice and comfy, especially for like high chairs.
Yeah.
Because usually they're not comfy.
Oh yeah.
There's enough room there to actually be able to eat and...
Well, that's the thing, like you can stand up around it, but I mean, it's just us two, so.
Yeah.
And then they have all the buttons for all the automated stuff. And then a desk. So
which is
your
perfect,
work
that's
desk.
where I'll be working.
Yeah. Let's see if that was real. But this is cool. They have these chargers, but they all have USBs.
Oh, really?
There's 3 on this side, and there's like 4 USB on that side.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
That's pretty crazy.
How's the bed feel?
Feels pretty good.
Yeah.
Feels firm. Well, feels good. Feels supportive. That is nice.
I know.
I saw when you showed me in the pictures.
Yeah.
This was gonna be like, but it feels so roomy in here.
Well, what's nice is that you've got the chairs there, right?
Yeah.
You've got a fireplace over there against the wall.
Yeah.
Look at the TV. I like that it's not super high.
Yeah. Kitchenette, yeah.
Which is nice. Got a microwave, a small little fridge. I think they did say they had ice in the main welcome center, and they provide ice buckets. So like if you're looking for that, they've got that there. There's even a toaster. Oh, nice. There's a couple waters in there already.
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
And then in the Welcome Center, I know that they had an espresso machine type.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, some
look.
tea. Oh, well, that's cool.
Plates, utensils, glasses.
That's perfect. Everything you need if you're gonna actually be using this place.
Oh, buckets. Oh, nice buckets.
Nice.
Oh, trash.
Oh,
paper towels. Oh, you can wash.
That's awesome.
That's so cool.
And this is the smallest casita, so it just has a kitchenette.
All right, and 2 sinks, which always helpful to have 2 sinks.
Yeah.
Hair dryer. More toilet paper. Oh, makeup remover.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, makeup remover, more soaps. So this side's your side, apparently.
Okay.
A shower. Man, that is a deep, like, insert. You put like...
Can you party in the shower?
You can.
So there's the bathroom. I think that's everything, right?
That's everything.
Yeah.
And then the closet.
Oh.
All right.
There's a broom in there. All right. That's not what I was expecting.
Me neither. But yes, this is, we're gonna unpack now. And then, I don't know what we're doing. I might just sit in that big comfy chairs and just like knock out for like an hour. Anyways, ready to unpack?
Yep,
let's do it.
So the grounds, of course, are immaculate. The resort is actually inside a gated community. So you'll not only see visitors of the resort, but actual residents that live here. So we did go during monsoon season, and the reason there's nobody in the pool is because they were on lightning watch, which is definitely something they have to worry about here. While exploring the grounds, we happened to just stumble upon the main restaurant here called Soul. Now let me say that they do have a strict dress code. They tell you that on the website, and we definitely did not have the proper attire. Luckily, it wasn't that busy. Now why didn't we have that attire? Well, remember, we never anticipated to be in St. George. We were literally packed for camping, not fine dining. But lucky for us, they were really accommodating, which is good because we were really hungry by this point.
So we just got out of Seoul, right?
Seoul.
So Seoul's here is the like major restaurant?
I think it's their big one, yeah.
Their big restaurant here at the Inn at, I don't know. Whatever this place is called. It's called the Inn at...
The Inn at the Entrada.
But yes, so if you go to Seoul, usually you have to have reservations.
Yep.
And we did ask, like, do we need to have reservations? Luckily, because we're actually staying here, they accommodated us, 1. And number 2, this is completely their off season. We talked to someone and they said that, yeah, between the months of, I think after May and to September, it's quiet here. So if you want to come here when it's quiet, those are the months to come in. And I think I know why, because it gets hot.
Yeah.
We were just trying to walk the grounds, and we're like, let's go see if they'll let us in. And they let us in, and everybody was extremely nice. Food was delicious.
It was really good.
It was really good.
What did you have?
I had the ribeye. I had the ribeye, mashed potatoes. It was really good. And you had what?
I had the salmon that was like in red curry with miso, and it was really good. They had like a vegetable medley that was in there, and the salmon had like the little crispy skin. It was,
it was really good.
Melt in your mouth. Good.
Seriously, it's amazing. It's like you look around everywhere, and it's
scenic.
It's like it's scenic, and it looks fake. It's how scenic it looks fake. Off to walk back to the room and burn some of this food off. What is that?
Banana tart, which is like a banana pie.
Okay, and that?
Vanilla custard, which is a donut filled with vanilla cream.
Okay.
Their Queen of On, which is what they're known for. This is a tabernacle croissant.
But it's like this?
They got the same vanilla custard as this donut with a little bit of like sugar on top.
Oh.
I know. And then a strawberry croissant.
Oh man.
Yeah. We kind of went all out.
That's delicious.
Yeah. So I'm excited.
All right.
I can't wait.
So they still have the old.
Yes, but they are now.
Okay. Now, after picking up stuff for breakfast, this is breakfast.
This is like dessert breakfast. I mean, it is already like 11, right? What time is it?
We got up a little later, but we're trying to enjoy the peacefulness. But we're gonna take this back.
Yeah.
Can you do that?
Sure.
Yeah, we're heading back because that room's amazing.
So we're at Snow Canyon State Park, and are you seeing this backdrop? I mean, it's incredible.
See if they can. Yeah.
It's so really cool. So since now the sun's on the other side, we've got a little bit of shade. We thought we'd get out of the car and kind of explore a little bit here.
Mm-hmm.
It is still 106 degrees. Is that what it said?
It was about 100. It was cooler, like 104.
Okay.
So not by much.
Cooler, 104 degrees.
But in the shade, it's completely different.
Yeah, especially you could see how windy it is.
Mm-hmm.
So it feels much cooler, which is why we decided to take this short little walk. But otherwise, I think they were advising people like don't hike.
It says there's a sign back there, and it says don't hike between 11 a.m. and 7 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
And it's 6:35. So I think we're getting close to when they're like, it's okay now. But I think that's why, because it's cooling down finally.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But we just wanted to show you kind of what it's like up close, and we can only imagine that this park is probably really busy.
Oh my God.
When
in
it's
the
much
winter?
cool. Yeah. Oh, because they snow here, right?
Yeah, it does snow here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm sure it's beautiful.
I mean, they have a ton of campgrounds, ton of parking.
Yeah.
So we came at a very unique, well, not unique, but a different time from I think when most people come.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting to come back when it's like busier.
Yeah. It will not be the same experience for sure.
And for the state parks, it's pretty easy. You just pull up, scan the QR code. And if you, for some reason, don't have reception, they have Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi that you can actually use to do all your payment. And then you just pick the right one if you're resident, non-resident, whatever. But they make it really easy. And then you can go in and out the whole day, right?
Yeah, so I think it was $15 for us today.
$15, okay. Yeah. So it's not bad. I mean, this is really nice. And it looks like they keep up with everything pretty good.
Yeah. So this is a little paved road that I think you can walk. And it's funny because I'm looking, I know across the way there was like a visitor center with like where you check in for your campground. And I'm seeing up on that ledge, I don't know, can you see that? That like lime green looking thing.
Where?
So straight ahead. You see where this rock holds? I'm thinking that's someone's tent, right?
Whoa. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna turn this.
I don't think they're gonna be able to see it.
You're not gonna be able to see it, but let me see if I can kind of, right there. There's like a little yellow dot. You guys won't be able to see it, but that's how tiny it is. And there's people camping up there on top, which I didn't know you could do. I don't even know how they got there.
But yeah, there was a lot of rest stop areas where you can park and kind of go through and walk the formations and hike a little bit.
Yeah.
But most of them were in sun. And this was the only one so far that we could find that was in shade, which is why we decided to stop here. But this is definitely somewhere that we want to come back and check out when it's much cooler. So what we ended up doing was we came in through the south entrance of the Snow Canyon State Park, and we drove all the way through. On the other side, we just kind of turned around and came back the other way. And I recommend doing that because the views are completely different each way, right?
Oh yeah, because going east, you're kind of climbing, so you get that view. And coming back west, you're descending, so you just see everything all the way. Feels like it goes on forever.
Yeah, it's really nice. So I'd highly recommend driving it both ways.
Yeah.
And then stopping wherever you can if weather permits, because every like rest area has like a different formation. It just looks different.
And then it's crazy because it's like white rocks and then they turn to these orangey rocks and it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's peaceful.
So anyway, headed back to the resort because I think it's warm and you probably need some water.
Yes, we do.
But yeah.
Just because you can't feel the heat doesn't mean it's not dehydrating.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's head out of here.
So we just finished at Sandtown Pizza. And what did you think?
It's one of my favorite pizzas ever. It's seriously, it was so good. It was the Neapolitan. Wait, what is it? Is that what it is? Neapolitan type pizza?
Yeah.
It was so good. I like the ambiance in there.
Yeah, it seems really contemporary, casual, but still like, I don't know.
It's one of the best pizza places. We'll definitely be back there. Well, after 3 amazing days here, it was time to head home. We almost did a 4th, and technically we were only supposed to be here 2, but sometimes you go to places you don't want to leave, and that was definitely St. George. As much as I had been looking forward to Oshkosh, I have to admit, this was such an amazing diversion, especially for last minute. St. George has some of the nicest people we have been around. Everyone was so polite and all around helpful, whether it was Millionaire, the resort, or even the pizza restaurant. This has definitely become a staple for us, and we are already talking about visiting again before the peak season returns. You know, you got to take advantage of those cheaper rates.
St. George traffic, Aero 193 Hotel, taxiing from Millionaire to 19 run out, St. George.
St. George traffic, Cherokee 76 Lima is taxiing from Millionaire to 19.
And of course, we definitely have to show our appreciation because after almost 2 years of having the channel, it's only been until recently that it's really started to grow. And of course, it's because of you guys' support. And we still look at this every week and we seriously cannot believe the amount of support that we get. So thank you guys so much for it.
St. George traffic, Sky 243 Echo Papa is taking on runway 19, will be departure to the southwest, St. George.
St. George, 9 Romeo Yankee, left crosswind off 19.
So last week, we released Torrance Airport, which was one of our surprisingly favorite air museums. And some of the comments that really made us smile were those that didn't know the museum even existed, but are now having plans to go, which definitely was a huge goal of ours in case you guys couldn't tell after the third, fourth, fifth time of us saying that you should definitely go. So we can't wait to hear your experience. Next, you guys came through and let us know exactly why the museum was moved from Hawthorne. We learned that not all the exhibits made it over, but hopefully one day they'll have a big enough facility to showcase all of the aircrafts that they have. And finally, we even had a comment of a person that actually lived in those temporary housing barracks after the war at Torrance. And what surprised us was that the person considered it a very positive thing that helped people get back on their feet. Again, we had no idea about Torrance history until we began our research, but to hear from someone who is willing to share their experience, just wow. You all truly never disappoint. Thank you so much again for sharing your stories. Amazing how far aviation can and has touched lives, either directly or indirectly.
St. George traffic, 172 Kilo Sierra, taxiing to runway 19 via Alpha.
We got Skyhawk 243 Echo Papa. We're crossing the gorge southwest bound at 6,500. We'll keep an eye out for you.
Well, if you don't know yet, we love St. George from the first time we came here to this last time. And not only will we look forward to the next time we come, we dream about it every single day. We can't believe the friends we have made already through this channel, and still so many more to make. We're definitely going to turn up the rate of airports we visit once the fall hits, as the heat is actually kind of tough for us. So be ready for those who have invited us. As they say, winter is coming. And again, thank you so much for being some of the most amazing people we hear from in the comments to those that we see in person, which includes Royce and Holly, who have been supporters of ours from the beginning. And we finally met them at this airport for dinner, completely by chance. Thanks again for dinner, guys. We appreciate you all. We'll see you next week. Until then, go fly, go discover.
St. George traffic, Aero 1939 Hotel, taking off runway 19 Alpha for a southwest departure, St. George.
St. George traffic, citation 7 Quebec Sierra taxi into runway 19er, St. George. St. George traffic, 61 Romeo will be number 2 on that left downwind traffic, St. George.
St. George traffic, 172 Kilo Sierra is taking runway 19 for left closed traffic.
St. George traffic, Aero 1939 Hotel, making a right crosswind 19 departing to the southwest. St. George.
St. George traffic, 7210 Foxtrot, 10 miles to the southwest of the field. We're going to be flying to the west of the field, transitioning to the northeast, St. George. St. George traffic, 61 Romeo, west downwind, number 2, St. George.
St. George traffic, 172 Kilo Sierra is turning a left crosswind, runway 19. St. George traffic, 172 Kilo Sierra is turning a left downwind for runway 19.
St. George traffic, 61 Romeo, turning left base, 19er, full stop, St. George. And St. George traffic, 61 Romeo, turning final, 19er, full stop, St. George. St. George traffic 7210 Foxtrot 5 on to the west of the airfield at 7,500, transitioning to the northeast, St. George.
LA Center, jet setter 22995, descending 240.
Jet setter 22, LA Center, send to maintain 15,000, Vegas altimeter 29908, do not exceed 250 knots at bogey.
Descend 15,000, do not exceed 280 knots at bogey, jet setter 22.
Jet setter 22, just verified, do not exceed 250 knots at bogey.
Sorry, 250 knots at bogey, jet setter 22.
Hello, good morning, Sun Country 103, leaving 320 for 240.
Sun Country 103, LA Center, send via Chow 3 arrival, 26 left transition, Vegas altimeter 29908.
GPS send via Chow for 26 left, Sun Country 103.
Good morning, LA Center, Aero 19039 Hotel, 10 miles west of St. George, VFR request.
And look for flight following with that call sign November 1939 Hotel.
That is affirmative. 39er Hotel, the PA-28 Romeo Slant Golf, requesting flight following to Corona, Alpha Juliet Oscar.
39er Hotel, roger. Delay center, Fox 1354.
1354, 39er Hotel.
LA, good morning. Skywest 4811, level, correction 260, descending 240.
Skywest 4811, LA Center maintain fault 200, advising you have weather known to St. George, type approach question.
200, we have the weather NOTAMs into St. George. I'd like to request a visual 19er.
Skywest 4811, roger. Let me know if you want to head the direct field or stay on course.
On course, please. Skywest 4811.
Right.
LA Center, exit jet 947 off of St. George, coming through 10 for 11,000 on the jacket 2.
216 at 947, LA Center, radar contact 4 miles south of St. George, QOR altitude checks, climb maintain 16,000, Vegas altimeter 29908.
Up to 16,000, 29908 for exit jet 947.
Flagship 438, LA Center, recheck on.
Flagship 438, 182, crown file 190.
Flagship 438, LA Center, climb maintain fall 230, do not exceed 270 knots for departure space.
Come maintain 230, do not exceed 270, flagship 438.
Center United 1776, 16.5, climbing 190. United 1776, LA Center, climb maintain fall 230, maintain 290 knots greater for departure space.
Climate maintain 230, maintain 290 or better, United 1776.
Flagship 438, contact Billy Center 135.25.
3525, Flagship 438.
For 1939er Hotel, radar contact 14 miles southwest of the St. George BOR, altitude indicate 7,500, St. George altimeter 3004.
3004, 39er Hotel.
LA Center, November 5260 Alpha, level 11,500, over the corridor.
Number 5260 Alpha, LA Center, roger, the page altimeter 3013.
301360 Alpha.
Jet setter 22, level in 5 minutes left.
Copy, transfer 22.
Country 103, contact base approach 119.77.
109.77, Country 103.
Well, we hope you guys enjoyed these top fives with a little extra insight in the videos, what we learned afterwards, and really just thank you for really making them successful.
Yeah.
Because they meant a lot to us, and obviously they meant a lot to you. As we always say, we get some things wrong. We've definitely been corrected on a couple of the videos of things that we put out there. It happens. As long as you guys get to see what the airport looks like and the things that we do, we're not the journalists of aviation. We're just two people who love flying and love to share it with you guys. So we're gonna get stuff wrong. Right?
Well, and I think what's great about this is that the community benefits from all of those corrections.
Yes.
So when you know something or have additional information,
Right.
share it with us because we want to know so that we can share it with other people.
Right.
So it's always helpful.
Right. And these are just our top five. If you think there's airports that we need to go visit to and that those should be on the list, let us know.
Yeah.
We'd love to know.
Because we have a very long list of airports we still need to visit. And I'm pretty sure that this list will look very different next year.
It's going to be hard for somebody to top St. George, but I'd love to see it.
You never know.
You never know.
I mean, we're headed to a couple of other millionaires in the next year, so.
I know.
We'll see.
So we'll see how that goes. But really, thank you guys so much. It's been amazing being able to have a top 5 of anything.
Yeah.
I think it makes it more amazing to hear all the comments that you guys give us. Again, your experiences, just your recommendations, and your words of encouragement.
Yes.
And I think for me, the coolest part, besides meeting you guys, is finding the people who, it's almost like they're friends, because every week they always comment.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, oh, I know who that is, or hey, you know. So it's kind of cool. It's kind of like friends are watching your video, and they're just like, oh, we love that, or blah blah blah, and it's I don't know. It's hard to put into words, but generally we feel crazy honored.
Oh yeah.
That we're in that position, but it doesn't happen without you guys. And so don't worry. Next week we'll be back with another video, which we actually filmed today.
We did.
So.
And it surprised us too. And we say that, it's like overused, but really.
No, but the airport surprises. But what we talked about really today was that you guys surprised us.
Mm-hmm.
That was the biggest thing. So again, thank you guys. Anything you want to close out with?
No, I don't think so.
I know, we're always trying to go back and forth, but really, we both feel the same way.
Yeah.
So much gratitude to you guys, and we hope you guys enjoyed these top 5. We'll have a top 5 of, I don't know,
the best FBOs.
The best FBO. Okay, so you're using like 5, like this one in there, this one in there, this one in there.
No.
I know you love your Monterey Jet Center. I know, but.
And we still have to share that with you guys, because
yes.
I don't think we've shared Monterey Jet Center.
We have not.
Yes.
No, we won't.
So you'll understand once you see it why that is my number 1 FBO.
Yeah, it's not just what it looks like, it's seriously the customer service there is amazing.
Yeah.
Every time we go. Anyways, we're getting sidetracked. We'll see you guys on the next airport. See you guys.